Good morning, everybody. My name is Subramanian. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you for the 6th edition of GDC's annual Symposium. Thank you very much for taking a time off to be here with us today. We have a power-packed day's event with 3 keynote speeches, 2 panels, and a fireside chat. And of course, we have about 12 startups displaying their technology ideas just behind you. It's a power-packed day. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the day's proceedings. Before we formally start the event, we would like to start with the invocation. May I request all of you to raise up for the invocation with Tamil Thai Varthu to start with, followed by Vande Mataram. Thank you. Before I invite my colleague Raghutabharao to welcome you all, we have a short video to talk about what GDC's activities have been in the past 8 years. It's a very short video. Please sit back and relax and enjoy the video.
We don't create startups.
Now it is more clear when to say no.
It's a program where you sort of like, it adds value to you as a person.
We don't create startups. We create entrepreneurs.
Gopal Krishnan Deshpande Center, GDC, is a capacity building organization for deep tech researchers from STEM universities and research institutions from across the country.
We are not competing with the incubators or accelerators or any other entity in the ecosystem, which are all trying to help the startups. But what we do is very unique, focusing on the founder and ensuring that they don't build something that nobody wants.
Deep tech researchers with an idea of building a tech startup, even when they are not formally incubated, can apply for many of the GDC programs, all offered for free.
GDC's mandate is to work with any type of STEM institution in the country. It could be IITs, ISC, NITs, private universities, public universities, you name it.
So the faculty is really our key focus because we are trying to influence the culture in these academic institutions.
GDC is not limited only to academics. We are very welcome and we like to work with the R&D groups, whether it's in the national labs or in the industry. And we have specific programs that we can fine-tune for them also.
The programs focus on 2 primary objectives. 1, imparting deep tech specific business acumen to the participants, and 2, helping them build the entrepreneurial mindset. But why is something like this needed at all?
Deep tech startups will not happen on their own. We have 100+ unicorns, but hardly any of them is a deep tech startup.
Just because somebody is very capable in their domain or technology does not mean that they can create successful businesses.
Who's going to pay? How is it going to make it into a business? And how big is the market? These kind of questions researchers never ask.
So we had a product which was built in the lab with all the love that a scientist can give, an engineer can give, but without realizing who would really buy it.
And whenever somebody makes a product of their own, it's like their baby. We fall in love with that so much that we do not think, whether somebody will accept that or not.
Since its inception in 2017 in IIT Madras, GDC has helped thousands of researchers develop deep tech business acumen, helping them shift from a product-first mindset to customer-focused thinking.
I had an opportunity to be part of the second cohort of the Incubate program way back in, I think, 2018-ish, when they had started. And that's what actually opened my eyes to things like the lean startup model, customer discovery, and customer acquisition, and all of those things.
So in the first week of GDC, they told us you need to talk to customer without talking about your solution. It's very difficult.
First few weeks, it was mostly talking to customers. Go out and talk to people, come back, and then discuss and brainstorm.
So the milestone for GDC is to have 100 conversation in these 2 months. If you do 100 conversation, you will realize whether the idea is good or bad.
As a scientist, you're always in this mode that I want to explore every possible option. What we learned from GDC is it is important to be able to say no to 90 things so that you can focus on those 3 things which will bring you the maximum value.
Now it is more clear when to say no. GDC gave us a systematic approach to do customer discovery, and why is it important?
Some of that systematic nature has also come into the projects I guide here. So students who are doing their final year project with me, I tell them to establish that the problem actually exists.
You completely disconnect from your product and just look at the problem.
It's a program where you it adds value to you as a person. This mindset is what actually is far more important. You can apply this everywhere, right? So
once that mindset transition happens, it's almost impossible to go back to the previous mindset.
Over the years, many GDC participants have gone ahead to build successful deep tech startups.
The experiment has proven, because we have done about 500+ startups, we have gone to 100+ institutions outside of IIT Madras, we have worked with 300 incubators, and we are getting more and more accepted by the community, the startup ecosystem.
We've had startups that come from places like Patna, even some interiors in Orissa.
Today we do about 100 to 120 teams every year. Can I do 1,000 teams every year?
Our success is when these programs are done at scale, where we scale up beyond GDC, and we have many versions of GDC in many places in India.
Getting to see what we have done being used by people, benefiting the society, all of that stuff is actually super important for our own satisfaction.
Moving from 100 teams per year to 1,000 teams per year, the vision expressed by Professor Krishnan Balasubramanian is a vision we also have. And I think as you saw in the video, we have been reaching out to scientific institutions across the country, Tier 2, Tier 3 towns, to spread the message of thinking from the technologist perspective to entrepreneur perspective. It's been a journey, very successful journey so far. We would like to scale it up as we go along with support from all the stakeholders. Well, today's theme of Symposium is Democratizing Innovation and Entrepreneurship in India. So, wherein innovation is not restricted to only elite institutions, but is also made available to all the people in the country. That's the theme of the entire day's conference. And then we have power-packed day's activities. I would like to invite my colleague Raghuttama Rao, who is a freshly minted Dr. Raghuttama Rao, to address the audience and inaugurate the symposium, and welcome all of you. Over to you, Raghu.
So, formal good morning to all of you. My good morning and welcome to the 6th annual GDC Symposium. Really heartening to see so many people here, distinguished speakers, ecosystem leaders, our friends and supporters, faculty, students, mentors. I don't know whom I've left out. It's really heartening to see a hall full here. Someone was telling me in the morning, this hall is big enough for Chris Gale. Even he can't clear the field with a sixer. So we were a little worried, if you would get enough people, but I'm really thankful to see such a lot of enthusiasm and groundswell to this. I thought I would have to make a big speech because Director Kamakuti was going to be late, but Kama has helped me by coming here. So let me kind of say a few things. You saw the video on GDC. It must have given you some sense of what we do, right? As the video said, we focus on two very small slivers of a startup ecosystem. One, the deep tech startup ecosystem, lab to market. This is a very under-addressed part of the ecosystem. The government has started to do a lot, and you will hear several speakers talk about it as we go along. Within that deep tech startup ecosystem, again, we look at two very, very vertical and small slivers. We are not an incubator as was made out. There are 1,250 incubators in this country. We don't want to be the one more. What we do is we look at addressing the missing elephant in the ecosystem in India, the missing elephant in the room, which is you need entrepreneurs, you need entrepreneurial thinking and academic fraternity, whether they are faculty, whether they are researchers, postdocs, PhDs, MS, master students, undergrads, whoever. They have technology in abundance. What they need is entrepreneurial instincts which are kindled the right way, with the right motivation, and understanding what this journey of setting up a deep tech startup is. This deep tech startup is the hardest end of the startup ecosystem. Startups are hard. Everybody knows that. But this is the hardest end in terms of getting the knowledge, in terms of the challenges you're solving, in terms of the money that you need, in terms of the patience and the long runway that you need to negotiate and have very poor outcomes at the end of it. You really have to be irrational and foolhardy to go down that route. And therefore, it is not for the faint-hearted, but that's really where we work, and you can see it around here in IITs and several other colleges in this country. It's happening. Okay? So let me talk a little bit about what this symposium is, what went behind designing this. Everybody talks of demographic dividend that India has, right? But the dividend will happen only when you make an investment, right? And we are here to shine a light on the most critical investment that needs to happen in this space, investing in entrepreneurship, investing in the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur is the hero of GDC and the hero of this symposium. So all the themes that you will see underlying them is what do we need to do to create entrepreneurs and democratize entrepreneurship. Okay? So as we march towards Vikasit Bharat 2047, the clarion call to becoming a developed country, maybe 25 years from now, but technology and deep tech startups and innovation and entrepreneurship is central pillar to that vision. That's spelled out very clearly. But we should understand technology is a tool, is an instrument, right? The craftsman is the entrepreneur. So let's be clear. So let's focus as much, if not more, on the entrepreneur, the craftsman, as much on the tool and the technologies, right? And we want to focus on the human side of innovation, which is the entrepreneur, right? Yesterday was the 10th anniversary of the Startup India movement, right? Which is actually a game changer in India. It democratized startups like nothing else before had, right? I'm told that we have 200,000 startups in the last 10 years, 40,000 in the last year alone. Clearly, something is happening in this country, right? And we want to stoke that further, particularly on the deep tech side. If you look at the brochure that is with you, you will see one line. You may not see the line as such, but the theme there is capable entrepreneurs are not born. They are crafted. And that is what GDC, along with many others, is trying to do. Entrepreneurs are made. They are not born. Right? And therefore, that's the philosophy with which GDC works, and we are approaching this system.
So the core message of democratization is not taking startups to tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 cities. It is democratizing the confidence to do the startup when the odds are against you. We want the entrepreneur in middle of Bhagalpur to be as brave, as confident as a technologist in IIT Madras or IIT Bombay to set up the startup. That is when you will have democratization happen, and we are trying our best to make that happen. Everyone says, the ecosystem symphonies, it takes a village to build up a child. I think it takes more than a village, more than an ecosystem to build up a startup, right? And the grit of the entrepreneur who slogs for 5 years in the valleys of death to set up the deep tech startup needs support from five stakeholders in the ecosystem. And we are trying to rally all of them. We are trying to tell the entrepreneur, you need support, you are not alone. You need policymakers to level the playing field. That's required for democratization. You need academia, you need places like this to unlock the labs and set out the genie from the labs and the patents into the market for impact. You need industry to be the first customer. Our industry, unfortunately, is not in step with academia or policy making. I have to say that. And industry needs to become the first customer for the brave deep tech startups, as it happens in Silicon Valley, as it happens in many other places in the world. We need mentors, and we have several hundreds of them here in this country and many in this room to guide the mind shift that is required, the mindset that's required to be built. And we need, of course, investors to happen, right? Now, to do all this together, we have a fantastic lineup, right? We'll have our director talk about what IIT Madras is doing. And I don't know, you can take all the time you want, Kama, to say, I think lots is happening in IIT and lots of good things are happening with IIT leading the way, right? We will have Professor Krishnan Balasubramaniam talk about, how GDC is kind of taking it forward, and he'll have his own field, talk about how academicians and entrepreneurship are not mutually incompatible, but actually cut in the same cloth, right? Coming to our speakers, we have 3 fantastic keynote speakers today. We have Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan. Doesn't need an introduction. I don't know how to describe him. He wears 3 or 4 hats. He's a corporate czar. He's an he's an entrepreneur, right? He leads academic institutions and sits on in directing where they should go. He's also become a venture capital investor, I understand. So we're going to have to drink from the hose of wisdom today from Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan. We have our own Srinath Ravichandran. I haven't seen Srinath yet, but I hope he shows up soon. Srinath is our own locally made rocket scientist. You actually make rockets in IIT Madras that fly in the cosmos, right? So for us, he represents invented in IITM, made for the cosmos. So you will hear what it takes to build a deep tech startup right from here, right? So that is going to be Srinath. Then we have Dr. Shivakumar Kalyanaraman from ANRF, the CEO of ANRF. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here, so he'll probably join us over video. But nonetheless, there's so much happening in ANRF and DST and the world of policy making in deep tech startups that we will wait to hear from Dr. Shivakumar. What is there to be done, or what government is doing to help bridge lab to market, get more research done, get more translational research done, and so on. We have 3 panels today. One will be chaired by Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, right? And we will have very eminent people representing policy making. We will have somebody representing venture capital and corporates who kind of work with startups. And then we will have a startup founder from IIT Madras. So we will have Dr. Shashank Shah from Niti Aayog. It may be useful to say that GDC has been working with Niti Aayog for the past year on looking at incubators, looking at how should policy for incubation work in India or change in India. So maybe some insights from Dr. Shah, and he himself is an authority in the area of higher education and what higher education should be doing for innovation. So you'll have Dr. Shah. We will have Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan again on the panel, and we will have Mr. Aditya Jain, who is the founder. He was a student from here less than 10 years back,
and he has set up a very successful, very innovative and dynamic company called Twasta. So you will hear from Aditya, the views of a ground-up entrepreneur. After lunch, we have another panel which will be chaired by my colleague KV Anand, our Chief Innovation Officer, and we have picked 3 startups which have gone through GDC. So you will hear the journey of transformation of these 3 startups. I think the startups are from various institutions, IIT Madras, IIT Jodhpur, AIMS. So they will come together and tell you, what is it that places like GDC are doing to catalyze startups in the deep tech area. And then finally, we have a fireside chat which Dr. Deshpande will have with Mr. Varun Agarwal of Fast India, which is a policy think tank stoking and catalyzing policy changes in the area of translational research and innovation in India, among other things. I don't know what Fast India does, but I hope that's an accurate description, and I will chime in my bet on that. So we have a pretty heady session today. As I said, the theme is the entrepreneur. Let us view entrepreneurship not as an elite privilege for a few IITians and who have the facilities, but for every scientist in India in every corner, and democratization means taking the confidence to build, to innovate right to the last corner of India. That's the theme of this symposium. I hope our team has put a lot together in this one day. I hope all of you have your takeaways from this, and we look forward to a very fruitful day of discussions, engagement, networking, and all of that. Welcome once again, and I now welcome Professor Kamakoti to address the audience. Professor Kama.
So dear friends, a very hearty welcome to IIT Madras. Today is a very important day for me. I've just completed 4 years of my directorship. I'm entering my 5th year and the last year of this term. And one thing that I'm really, really proud of for all the efforts that we have put. Last year, friends, we had incubated 103 startups. Startup Shatam. So every 3rd day, including holidays, a startup is born at IIT Madras at the incubation cell. And that's something, a matter of great pride for me, for our institute. We had also been ranked number 1 in the innovation category. We were number 2 for quite some time. But last year we bagged that number 1 in the ANRF ranking. The role of GDC, of course, is a very important one. Today we have more than 150 university partners, and more than 200 startups have gone to market. And I think for a university level setup, I think there's the largest one from India, probably Asia. So I always call Chris and Desh as our Kamadenu. So please give a big round of applause to Chris. And why Kamadenu is the moment we think, and we think of some resources, we call it viability gap funding, we immediately write to them, and they have been very kind enough, not only for GDC, but many more projects, the Brain Center and other things. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Chris and Desh. And hearty welcome to Jayashree also. Then we also have Lakshmi Narayanan. One thing that I have found, at least 2 projects I have started in the last 4 years. And every time I start, I take at least 1 rupee from him. Such a lucky hand. And he has been kind enough for the DMST, the Department of Medical Science and Technology. He gave us 10 crores to start with. And today it has grown to 180 crores in last 2 years. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you for coming today. And I hope we will support the same as we go forward. Lot of great things have been happening, though I have been given infinite time by Raghu. I'll finish in 10 minutes. Friends, we were very clear that the moment our Honorable Prime Minister mentioned about Vikshit Bharat 2047, the role of IIT Madras would be very clearly to contribute towards India becoming a product nation, India becoming a startup nation. And we have no second thoughts about it. So somewhere in 2018, we started this patent a day. Why can't we file one patent a day? That time we were around 500 plus faculty members. Will not a faculty get one idea per year? And say 60% of the faculty get one idea per year. And each of the faculty have some 4 or 5 students. We thought it's not going to be a big issue. But even when we started, I was also the Dean of Associate, I was the Associate Dean of ICSR, and I was in charge of the patents. There are 2 feelings in me. Maybe it's a lofty goal, maybe we can't achieve. But nevertheless, what is wrong in thinking big? And we started. So friends, 2023-24 financial year, we breached and we filed 386 patents. 2024-25, we made it 417. And this year, the Dean ICSR says keep it as a secret, but we will be hitting some big target this year. So patenting is extremely important because that gives a protection for your idea. Not just commercialization. Remove the Lakshmi component. We would like to have control over the Saraswati that we have generated. And that is very, very important. And that happened quite nicely. When I took over as Associate Dean of ICSR in 2018, and I was sitting next to the patent cell, hardly we'll get 5 to 6 faculty members visiting the, the office. Today, if you go, it's like a dental clinic, a successful dental clinic. Okay, so it's fully queued. To get an appointment of a patent officer, it takes more time. And so we have now brought in AI. There is an Atmanirbhar AI tool from Chandigarh, from a company in Chandigarh, to which we give the idea. It gives you all the competing patents. It also gives you the total addressable market. It also gives you possibility of a minimum viable product. And then finally, it also helps you draft the patent document. That much level we have now progressed. They are working with us. They have grown with us. And that has essentially enabled us to scale, and we will be going to the next stage. Friends, today's conference, today's title is very close to heart for IITM. Last 4 years, we had thought of seeing that we have been rated number 1, and I had been discussion with my predecessor, Professor Bhaskar. I thought this is the time where we now open the institute more and more for all. So we started this concept of IITM for all. It started during Professor Bhaskar's time, where we introduced this BS Data Science course. Today, friends, we have 49,000 students who are in the online program at different stages. Most heartwarming there is 8,000 of them are below poverty line. And meaning their parental income is less than 1 lakh per annum. And for all these 8,000, we are paying the fees through generous CSR grants. Ashwin is here. Ashwin is the Dean of Alumni and Corporate Relationship. So he heads this office. And we are able to do this democratization of education in a very, very big way. Friends, unless we democratize this opportunity, so let me give you 1 or 2 examples before I go on to the entrepreneurship stack. We had a boy who was actually in a petrol bunk filling up petrol. One friend of ours, a great friend of ours who came from US, was roaming there and found this boy to be very bright. Asked him, why are you in a petrol bunk? He had a 92% mark in a +2. And he told that, see, I don't have money to continue education. Immediately we have a coordinator here, Mr. Hari, who went and trained him to clear the eligibility test of the online BS Data Science. Friends, he cleared it. He scored more than 60%. And I must tell you that once he completed the certificate part, the first year you give a certificate, second year we have the diploma, and after 4 years we give the degree. There's multiple exit option as per the National Education Policy 2020. Now, just after the certificate, he finished the certification, he got a 6 lakh per annum job. He moved from a petrol bunk to a decent job where he could sit and work. And then now he's going into a diploma, and I also heard his CGPA is 8.2. So this is something really heart-touching, and we have n such stories. And every day morning, I am very blessed that every day morning, last 2 years, I must say, that I am woke up with such a beautiful story. People from somewhere in Prayagraj, they have some access to this, and then they went out, They are in a very big university doing PhD from nowhere to some big way. So these are all the democratization in education which IIT Madras is involved, and I'm sure we will go on. We are going to introduce more and more online courses so that we train the people, we train good data scientists, we train good electronic engineers for the next coming future. Friends, with respect to the startups, specifically on the GDC side, we are now touching 8 years since its inception. And one faculty I must mention, I was discussing with Krishnan, is Satya Chakravarti. Today he has 3 big startup ventures that has come out of him. Why I'm mentioning his case is that we must understand what it means to do a deep tech startup in India, right? Unlike the Silicon Valley, where they say, I don't have any experience in that, but they say that a semiconductor startup can just grow. But here I know 2 semiconductor startups that have come out of our computer science department, making microprocessors based on the RISC-V Shakti microprocessor. I know that amount of struggle they had to undergo to even reach a stage where they can tape out a chip. But I am very happy that these kids have taken the risk at a very prime youth, where they had to settle in life. But they have taken this risk, gone through this hard journey. And yesterday I am very happy in the startup convention in Delhi. The Honorable Prime Minister spent 3 minutes in this startup, and the boy, actually my MS student, who is now the CEO of that company, sent a beautiful photograph with the Prime Minister. I think that is where we have reached. Deep tech startup needs a lot of patience. Deep tech startup needs investors who will have that patience. It's not going to be tomorrow morning you can make a jackpot out of it. And I'm very happy that we are getting such type of investors who are imposing confidence on our startups, and we are growing in that direction. At least 2 companies today at IIT Madras Research Park have made production wafers, and they are going to commercially sell chips that are made in India completely. And of course, we went for a 28 nanometer tape out at Taiwan. The fabrication facility is not in India, and that's the reason we went out. But all the other things done within the shores. And I think this is literally, gives us more and more confidence that we should nurture this entrepreneurship stack and take it forward. One of the mantras that I have, like in 3 Idiots, there is Virus, who is the principal, and always he repeats every year the same thing. And some of the 4th year students say, sir, I know what you're going to speak. I said, yeah, I too know. Right? So, but we have been repeating this as a mantra. November 1, I think, Desh, maybe you didn't apply for campus placement here, right? Did you, in your days? Yes, sir? No, okay, yes, okay. November 1, 2025 is just 1 month before, November 1 of any year is 1 month before the placement. And I've been telling the kids that November 1, please give me the honor of announcing to the world that 20% of my graduating class are already CXOs, right? This is a strong message that we want to give. And last year we had 50, out of the 103, 51, coincidence maybe, 51 of the companies are from IIT Madras founders and 52 are from outside. And that also fits very well here, democratizing innovation. So we are also nurturing companies that are outside the institution, anywhere from India. So Satya Chakravarti actually came up, I think he attended 3 cohorts, Krishnan, am I correct? 3 cohorts he attended. And today he has been the mentor for 3 important activities here, major projects. Number 1 is Agnikul Cosmos. I'll not talk about Agnikul because Srinath will be here and he's going to make. Srinath, are you already here? Oh, yeah. Very good. I would love if everybody, when I call attendance in the morning, same SR comes. Okay. Right. So only one thing that I am excited, we have Asia's largest 3D printer at our IIT Madras Research Park. We are printing 1.5 meter size rocket engine, which would take 3-4 months. No soldering, nothing, one single shot in 72 hours. And that is the biggest achievement, and we have patent for it and we have protected it. And this is going to be a different story. And this story we will tell somewhere next July, August. And Srinath will share many of his journey. The next thing is e-plane. We are now taking up very well. When I went and we inaugurated e-plane in the Tayyur campus, we have a campus 25 kilometers away, we have a 250-acre campus, where when we inaugurated, he also wanted a small runway. Satya wanted a small runway. But e-plane has caught up very nicely, and I'm sure it is going to redefine transportation in a big way. And the next is Hyperloop. Hyperloop, we thought everybody has given up, but then we made a 420-meter track. We extended it by 425 meters or something, and we extended it by 2 meters to make it India's largest track or Asia's largest track. And then we found out some other track which was in Europe is already closed. So we become world's largest track now. And we have now gone into the second year of conducting a competition there. And that essentially today, we are now getting purchase orders. And that company has gone. So these three are real deep techs. It's not some vanilla thing that we are trying to sell ice creams using the app. It's not an app-based company. This is real. It touches at least 12 to 13 different engineering disciplines. If you put all these three companies out of the 18 departments, at least 13 departments are involved. And this is what we have achieved. It's a very interesting. I can give you n examples, but this is one example which I thought I must mention here. I'm sure Satya is not here, if Satya is there. So let us all give a round of applause to Satya. Wherever he is, let him go on. Then some startups which are, these are all both basically aerospace, mechanical, metallurgy, civil also. But some startups which actually touched our hearts. Modulus housing. I don't know whether KKR is here. Right? So modulus housing was one which basically helped us create oxygen beds within 10 days across India during COVID. Right? There were lack of oxygen beds, and very quickly they were able to make these beds. Several lakhs of patients got saved because of the oxygen beds this particular company made during COVID. And very interestingly, we found that still the government classifies this as temporary structure, so you don't need any approval. So a lot of people at tea estate and other things started using them, and they are slowly inching towards, and probably they'll start marching and then flying towards becoming a unicorn. And I hope it will be a great thing for us, and it will be a pride for GDC also. So with 150 universities and 200 startups, we are actually reaching a very big height. So IIT Madras has the entrepreneurship cell, which takes anybody who has an idea cannot escape. So they will help them patent it and make it into an idea. Then we have the C5, the Center for Innovation, where we convert this idea into a design. Then we have a pre-incubator, Nirman, where we convert this design to a prototype. Then we have multiple incubators. Friends, we have a sustainability incubator. We have an incubator for cyber physical system, IITM Pravartak. We have an incubator for health technology. We have an incubator for fin technology, many things. And these incubators, and of course the mother incubation cell, and these incubators will certainly convert these prototypes into startups. And then from there, we come to the GDC, which is the crowning glory of all these things, where they help these startups to become a unicorn. And this is our entrepreneurship stack, a well-defined stack which is actually working now. Friends, Ather has been a very important company for us. It has gone IPO. The first company took 13 years. Still we remember the boys driving scooter here and RKK actually saying, hey, be careful of deers, don't hit them, etc. And now I think they have now gone IPO. And we will continue. This year we have 700 plus applications in our incubation cell, and we will be freezing. We will be getting around 100 startups for sure. And if we continue this startup shatam, in the next, by 2033, we will touch 1,000 companies. 2033 is the year where I'm going to retire. On that day, I want to retire from this institute with the great feeling that IIT Madras Incubation Cell has 1,000 companies. And these 1,000 companies do not come randomly. We do a very, very good pyramid here. Even if you look at Nirman, There is an LKG called Pratham there. There is a UKG, then first standard, then they come to 12th standard. So getting out of Nirman itself is a very big deal. It's not going to be easy. As tough as JE Advanced, that's what Satya Sheshadri tells me, the head of the School of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. So I think days are not far off that by 2033 we'll have one IPO every month. And that director, whoever is, should enjoy that revenue and that pride. And that's what we have as a vision for IIT Madras. And with all the great support, with people like Desh, Chris and Lakshmi here, I think we will certainly go and reach that level. Friends, thank you very much for coming today. And it's a very important thing. We have the Entrepreneurship Summit on February 6 to 8. It's a flag summit of IIT Madras. We have a lot of startups. They will come and do the pitch. We get startups from all over India and they do the pitch. We have the investors there. So all of you, I invite all of you and all your friends who want to understand about innovation and entrepreneurship for the Entrepreneurship Summit is going to happen between 6th and 8th. We will also have a special talk by Tarun or his colleague from Aether Energy who will talk about the success stories of how they went through a very deep core technology. And after startup, fir kya? Right? What next? So these startups, the developed world called it as Valley of Death. I call it as Valley of Hope. The Valley of Hope requires around some funding in the range of close to $1 million. And these startups can grow up very quickly. Unless it is like a semiconductor startup or something like Srinath who wanted 300 acres of land to do their testing. But unlike that, many startups can really cross through that Valley of Hope with 3 to 5 to 7 crores of money, which today is less than $1 million. Now, we are now in the act of trying to get an alternative VC fund, and we want to raise something between 250 to 500 crores, and that announcement will come shortly. So all investors who are here, your friends who are investors, and also all the alumnus, we have given you Saraswati, and that's why you are all here. You all feel that you are all today because of the Saraswati that IIT Madras has given you some part. Now we are also ready to give you Lakshmi. So you can please participate in the VC and make it a roaring success. Viksit Bharat 2047, friends, will be a dream unless we put all these efforts and acts together. Always in Tamil we say this is not a car in which we can use one driver and drive. This is a temple car which the whole town should join to pull it. It's a Oor Koodi Irukkum Ter. So we need to basically pull this temple car and get the desired product nation by 2047. And that technology supremacy will give you the technology independence. Otherwise, again, we will be behind the other parts of the world, dependent on the other part of the world. And that will not be a Thanksgiving day for us. So let us all put our hands together, put our efforts together, and work on this very, very important journey. And certainly, in that history, GDC will be a very important factor. And I'm sure all the efforts we are taking will see that light. Thank you very much.
So we all heard the adage saying that to reach the top is quite difficult. To sustain and be there for long term is even more difficult. We all know that IIT Madras has been ranked a #1 institution in engineering category for 10 consecutive years and 7 consecutive years as the overall category and many number of years as the innovative institution. I think it takes huge amount of effort, and I'd like to thank Kamakoti for leading the entire vision of IIT Madras to be at the top for several years to come by. And second important aspect, Professor Kamakoti mentioned many factors that has made IIT Madras to be the top-notch institution in several areas. A team of people from IIT Jodhpur had come down, the deans, they want to understand what makes IITM tick the way we do. And at the end of the meeting, they asked me, can you list out some 2-3 specific areas what IIT Madras does to make it #1 institution? I told him that there are n number of things we do, which cumulatively makes the institution to be the top-notch institution. Professor Kamakoti detailed that in his talk of what all elements that have gone inside, right from research to patenting to startups to making the education a lot more democratic. And his tagline says that IITM for all. And I think it succinctly puts the message of how IITM has opened up its opportunities for many, many people to come. We take this opportunity to thank Kama for taking his time to come here. We like to honor Professor Kamakoti by a small gesture of our gratitude. I request Professor Krishnan Balasubramanian to hand over our usual gift of a book, which as a professor, I am sure Professor Kama will enjoy reading this. Thank you, Kama. Thank you. Bye. Next, we move on to first Keynote. I would like to start introducing the speaker with a small anecdotal example. Way back in 2017, I was handling the alumni and corporate and fundraising activities for IIT Madras. A bunch of students who wanted to build a Hyperloop transportation. Professor Kama talked about it in his speech. These students came saying that we want to build a pod, and there's a competition happening in the US called by Elon Musk, and they would like to carry the pod over there, but we're short of money. We need money to make this pod work. And we asked him how much you need. They talked about we need $1 crore rupees to build the pod and carry it all the way to US. And then we internally discussed, and we reached out to a few potential donors. One of the donors said that I would like to come and understand what you people are building. And he came to our office, spent about 20 minutes going through the presentation of what this Hyperloop project is all about. At the end of the 20 minutes, can you send somebody to pick up $1 crore check from my home? And I asked him, it's just about 20 minutes, what triggered you to take this decision? He mentioned that deep science and deep engineering of this nature are not supported by any other mechanism. Government doesn't support, industry doesn't support, nor the institute supports this type of initiative. There must be somebody to support this initiative. I know fully well that 99% of the time such money may go down the drain, but that risk is worth taking. And this is the thinking this donor had, and this is none other than Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, who's going to be the keynote speaker next, and a phenomenal individual per se, and he's been at the forefront of supporting the educational institutions in many, many ways. He doesn't need any formal introduction on his corporate career as a vice chairman of Cognizant, but post that, he has been very, very actively involved in many academic institutions. He is the currently managing trustee and director of Chennai Mathematical Institute, one of the foremost mathematical research institutes in the world, and he's been supporting it for a long, long time now. He also is on the board of Kriya University, liberal arts university near Chennai, and he's also been an investor and engaging with the startup ecosystem in a big way. We are indeed quite happy to have him here today to give his keynote address. Over to you, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan to his talk.
Thank you. Thank you for that very good introduction. Good morning, everyone. The first two lectures were very inspiring. There's a great deal of pride that we can see among all the people in IIT Madras for having accomplished whatever they have. And also, it's that sense of pride that's driving them to even greater heights with even greater aspirations and ambitions. Today, I'm just going to talk a little more about entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship. First and foremost, I think everybody is talking about the NIRF ranking of IIT Madras. So I just glanced through the submission that was made, the NIRF submission. That was very telling. There are about 40, 50 pages as part of the submission, almost like a large sheet. The last about 15 sheets were dedicated to the activities of GDC, all the courses that were conducted, all the impact that they made, and the list went on and on for a number of pages. Congratulations, Raghutam and team, for done so much just in the last 3 years, which is listed in that. But there were also other interesting things in that NIRF ranking. It lists the number of patents individually. It talks about the number of companies that have been incubated and so on. Each one is an idea. Each patent is an idea, is an opportunity for somebody to pick up and develop. Each incubator that is listed there is an idea and an opportunity for an investor or somebody to mentor and cultivate those type of opportunities. But the thing that was quite telling for me was the long list of alumni who are categorized as entrepreneurs. Long list, again, runs into similar number of pages, about 15 pages. And if you look at where they have succeeded as entrepreneurs, about 50% of the people are in financial institutions, Barclays Bank, Citibank, Morgan Stanley Bank, etc., where they have, the IIT alumni have risen to CXO levels, led businesses, created new businesses. That's also entrepreneurship. We have come to think more recently that entrepreneurship means startups starting with a new idea. That's not really true. Entrepreneurship is all about creating new things. The model that some of the big companies, I think it originated from IBM. They talk about invention, innovation, and diffusion. Invention is something that happens, original idea, a patent or something that the professors do and the scientists research. It's that innovation, it's that invention that leads to multiple innovations, and diffusion is the art of scaling. And these are people, these are entrepreneurs who never really started something, but they have played such an entrepreneurial role in corporates, building new businesses, creating employment, providing new services and products to the world. And those are the entrepreneurs also that we need to celebrate as we go through this process of encouraging and capacity building in entrepreneurship. And these are the entrepreneurs who we should enroll for supporting, mentoring, and encouraging other young entrepreneurs in whatever area that they choose. There's a different set of entrepreneurs, science and technology entrepreneurs. I'll take the example of Indian Institute of Science, an institution where I studied and where friends have been following them reasonably closely in the last few years. If you look at the missile program of the country, there are 5 missiles that India is very well known for, developed by various people: Saraswat, Prahalad Rao, Agarwal. Agarwal, I think, was responsible for the Akash one, the more recent one. All 5 worked with DRDO and the Defense Forces, and all 5 of them had their higher education in Indian Institute of Science, and all of them continue to collaborate with the students and the faculty of Institute of Science. So much so that ISCA has come to be known as a partner for innovation in space and aviation for several years. They partner with ISRO, they partner with DRDO, they partner with NAL, they partner with so many defense establishments that clearly it's the entrepreneurial approach that the scientists there have adopted that has led to the success of all those. They never had any formal training in terms of entrepreneurship because they were not looking at commercially succeeding with their ideas or patents, but they had a certain purpose that they could use their knowledge, their patents into creating something, some in the commercial area, but many in the area of defense services. And from there on, there are other things that have come about. For example, One example is a wafer making company, a company called Agnet, that has come out of the Indian Institute of Science Center for Nanotechnology and Nanoscience. That's an actual foundry, small scale foundry, makes gallium nitride wafers on a small scale that's used in power electronics, etc. Again, something that is used and supplied to the defense forces, supported by IDEX, the program of the government, but entrepreneurial activity by the professors there. Now, they took a different approach to entrepreneurship. It is the professor there in that institute, Professor Vasu, who had this idea, got the funding, passionately set up that center, and said there is an opportunity to commercially exploit this as well. So he knew he was no entrepreneur. He was passionate about research and wanted to continue to study and grow the SENSE Center. So he brought an entrepreneur from Canada, one Harish Chandrasekhar, who was familiar with the semiconductor industry. And between the two of them, they started this company and started producing products that are not only being used by the defense forces, but are also used by power electronics companies and chip manufacturers who provide radio equipment to telecom companies. Based on that, or just before that, there is another company called Astrome, which is into 5G. There are a number of companies like that that have come out, some commercial, some not so commercial, but all of them relied on the original research. And it's not only in the area of semiconductors and technologies, it's also in the area of vaccine development. There's a vaccine development company called Minvax, again a passionate professor from the Department of Biochemistry, who had this new idea about vaccine development. And he said, this is just not something that you use with an adjuvant. There is a new way of preparing this vaccine that can tackle multiple viruses. We don't have to change the vaccine season after season. And there is a company that's produced this vaccine and that's undergoing trials in Australia. So the point that I want to make is, when we think about startups, we always think about the stages of incubating them, getting them out, putting the team together, funding it, and scaling it up, making it a commercial success. Yes, that's one set of activities that happens. But there is also a different set of activity that happens in primarily science and technology institutions that is highly entrepreneurial, but the purpose of that is very different, perhaps more important in some areas than the startups are achieving. So I just want to broad base, and we want to celebrate those entrepreneurs, and we want to tap into their energy, their learning also, in order to help the startups that you have. I want to talk about two examples that may be somewhat quite telling. One example is from IIT Madras. It's from the Department of, I think it's called the Department of Bioscience. There's a Professor Anju Chadda who used to head that department, right? She used to be the professor of that department. Now she has retired. After retirement, she went to IIT Jammu, was taught there for some time. But during her time, there were two students who were guided by her in their PhD program, Muthu and Chandru Kabilan. These are the two people who wanted to create DHA, omega-3 fatty acid, as most people know, through a process of fermentation, which is very, very different. It was their PhD work, the thesis, doing a process of fermentation that is unique. They patented. It was that professor who encouraged these two students to commercially manufacture DHA and supply. DHA is something that is in great demand. Normally it's available from fish oil. That's how it is marketed. Most of us, I'm sure all of us are familiar with it. So they started on a pilot basis. They started the small fermenter that Anna University had in the biotech park nearby. In Taramani there's a biotech park. So they rented that facility, commercially proved the viability of producing that. And then they got some funding for starting a company. They were pure technocrats, didn't know what entrepreneurship was about. So took money initially from, I wouldn't say the wrong people who didn't understand entrepreneurship. I can say that one of the silk sarees founders, a large silk sarees founder was interested. He funded them, but wasn't supportive of the journey that the entrepreneurs had to make. So they had some challenges initially, but then other investors stepped in, helped him. And they set up a plant in a place called Perundurai near Coimbatore. Got land from SIPCOT, set it up, and they started making DHA commercially. Now, as luck would have it, as they were marketing it, it was difficult. It's not as though DHA is not produced anywhere else. There are plenty of people who produce it. This is a unique way. As luck would have it, Milky Mist, which is a factory which is also located within that Perundurai SIPCOT area. So as nutraceuticals, Milky Mist was enriching their products with protein. So fortification is something that has become very common now. Protein fortification in practically everything is common. DHA or omega-3 fortification is also known. It's usually found in, I think, Horlicks markets it. The thing they market it is by saying that for the children's brain development, omega-3 fatty acid is very important, and that's how it is popular. So these kids, these PhD students went to Milky Mist and said, hey, you've got a fantastic product going on in the market, high protein, yogurt and milk, etc. How about adding DHA to your product? So that it's not as though they didn't think of it, but they knew that it is going to be difficult. So they started the pilot work with them. So they started the ingredients. Since the factory was close by, there is a trial that is going on. They didn't know the biggest problem was it wasn't about the chemical composition, the testing. Of course, you have to test it for a period of 6 months. They keep it in the products, a variety of products for a period of 6 months and see how it behaves, because the shelf life that they have to guarantee has to be long. But the fact that they didn't understand was they kept telling people, oh, it is very smelly, it is odor, it is smelly. So there's a marketing guy from Milky Mist who told them, don't talk about smell, odor, etc. We call it deodorization. If you deodorize this, then it'll be a product. And some of the marketing people, they started deodorizing it and sold it as deodorized biscuits with omega-3. Huge sales. People were very, very happy. They could make out the smell. So in fact, they wanted to switch from doing DHA and PHA and some of the other molecules that they were developing into biscuit making, because that was very, very profitable. Then some of us, and more particularly Anju Chadha, said, no, don't go into all that. If you want, license it out to somebody, but your focus has to be in this particular area, and went on. And these are the people who are so fundamental in research, and I recently had a chance to connect them to another company, a company called Kadamba, again in Bangalore, that is started by Dr. Katesh Kati. But anyway, I won't go into the details of that. Maybe I'll get an opportunity to talk about that, where they are working on Ayurvedic products. The fundamental thing that I'm saying is Ayurveda, whatever we have, the curcumin, etc., its efficacy is established, but the science behind that is not. So somebody has to do the research and establish the science so that it can be marketed into products, and there are already some products that are available. So the point that I'm trying to make is deep tech is active, it's flourishing, it takes various forms, and the entrepreneurs who are working in the deep tech space are not necessarily only startup entrepreneurs. These are people who can be entrepreneurial in startups, as part of large corporations, as part of pharmaceutical companies, as part of conglomerates. And that kind of an opportunity is something that has really opened up. And it's for centers like GDC to encourage them, to provide those opportunities, connect them, so that they all can succeed. And we can get to the purposes that the director was talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, for us to hear about many, many examples of scientists' entrepreneurial mindset, how many people have taken the idea of the lab and moved all the way to build companies. And precisely this is the area where GDC has been working. Raghutam Rao mentioned the morning about the core objective of GDC is to try to translate the core research in the labs through the entrepreneurial mindset shift from product-centric mindset to customer-centric mindset and business-centric mindset. And incidentally, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, you mentioned about Professor Anju Chadda and her students Muthu and Kabilan. They came as a team to GDC in the cohort number 7 to attend our incubate program, and they learned the tricks of shifting the mindset from a typical scientist to business personalities, and very happy to see that they have really grown well today. Thank you for pointing this example, and we would like to really once again thank you for taking time off to come and talk to us, and we would like to honor you with a book, which is our tradition. May I request Desh to come and do the honors on behalf of GDC. The initial 3 talks have really set the tone for the day to evolve now. And next we move on to a successful founder into a deep tech space. Many times I keep speaking to my good friends in academic institutions who are professors here. Their common refrain is that we teach technology here, but many of the bright students from undergrad level start getting into jobs in financial services, banking, trading, etc., which is more attractive. So good, highly intelligent students are not taking up engineering as a role. Sometime back, about 2 years back, I happened to hear Professor Satya Chakrathi, which was mentioned by Professor Kamakuti in the morning. He was mentioning that he himself is an aeronautical engineer who graduated from this institution, went on to do his master's and PhD, came back to teach in this institution. He was saying that every one of the aerospace students under him used to ask him, where is the job for us? You teach us aeronautical engineering, and number of job givers in the country are just about probably Hindustan Aeronautics and probably Air Force or maybe ISRO could pick up some of our capabilities. But number of aerospace students coming out of this institute as well as elsewhere is quite large. Where do we go for jobs? We have no other option to get into computer science or even getting into financial services and banking. He said that as a teacher of aeronautical engineering, I had a responsibility in me to ensure that the students who learn aeronautical engineering stay in the same field and build businesses. And he said, I need to do that as an example. And he went about translating some of his research ideas into meaningful solutions. And today, he has been a big example for many, many faculty as well as students who are studying engineering to think about building products in their own space and become employment generators. And that's the trigger in which he worked about 10 years back. Today we are able to see successful ideas coming out of his own lab. Now the next speaker went to the same mechanism of doing engineering, getting into financial services and trading in the US. And he took a reverse U-turn to say that, hey, I would like to get back to core engineering. And a decade back, he started dreaming about building rockets to launch satellites from India. If you look back today, 10 years back, it was a very revolutionary thinking, and we all thought that, is it doable or is it a wishful thinking? I think 10 years hence, we see that's become a reality. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands to welcome Srinath Ravichandran, co-founder of Agnikul Cosmos, who's really creating youngsters to think big and make that thinking doable, achievable in the world today. Over to you, Srinath Ravichandran. Please come on stage and share your thoughts about what transformation that happened in your mind to be the entrepreneur you are today.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great opportunity to be here. Thank you so much for actually inviting me to share my thoughts about how IT Madras is an inseparable part of Agnikul's story. So that's what I wanted to talk about. Let's see. So we just put this private and confidential on everything. Okay, it's the only way to actually get a disclaimer all the time. So just ignore that for now. This content is not private or confidential. So just wanted to talk about 2-3 things, right? First is about how it all began. I think we already heard a little bit about that story. But then more importantly about what it means to start under the umbrella of an university and why it is so relevant for deep tech. Right? I think the most important aspect is without a university, I almost think a deep tech startup is at least 2 or 3 labs behind the story. And by labs, it could be 2 years, 3 years, 2 funding rounds or whatever, but it is definitely behind. And then finally, the part where you really try to emerge out of the university brand, but you don't come out fully. You still have that. It's like that medal, and you need to show that medal around. So that is what I just wanted to talk about today. So how it all started. I grew up in Chennai. Always been a space enthusiast. From Chennai, you can actually see a PSLV or a GSLV rocket launch with your naked eyes. You don't need special instruments or anything. I don't know if you know that. On a clear day, of course, not on a cloudy day or a hazy day. So my passion was for that, and then at that time, PSLV launches used to come on Doordarshan, so we used to watch that religiously. But when it was time to do an engineering, everyone in my family was dead against aerospace. Why are you doing a degree that will not get you a job is the one question I heard over and over and over. And I couldn't really answer that question. So I did my next favorite thing, which was electrical engineering, then worked at ABB. And then after that, I realized all my friends were making a lot more money than I am, doing something in finance. And I was very intrigued by it. No one in my family was in finance. So did a financial engineering program at Columbia University in New York. So, and that happened right at the middle of the financial crisis of 2008. So I went there, and then I think 3 months down, I went in June of 2008 to New York. My vision of, or my imagination of New York was what I saw in all these Wall Street movies and so on. And when I went there, 3 months later, one of the biggest investment banks in the world collapsed. Lehman Brothers collapsed in September of 2008. So it was a very different time, a very different understanding of New York itself, but it taught me about risk, it taught me about value. It was a very humbling experience actually. And I got a job at AXA, the insurance company, as a trader. My job was to develop models, mathematical models, to balance the portfolio, to make sure they don't lose money and so on. But all that is the story. Now comes the interesting part, right? So I finally decided, after all this, got an awakening that I should go back to aerospace. So that was an easy decision, but it was a very difficult thing to actually implement. So it took me 7-8 years to first of all get the guts to go out and do that. Quit that job, did a second master's program in aerospace engineering from University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and moved to LA. And then I realized this fundamental business problem is there, right? Rockets are getting bigger, but the cargo that is going on satellites is getting smaller. So some gap was very evident. But how to get started? That was the challenge. So and so this I've not put on the slide here intentionally, but I'll talk about it. So I made a list of people, I think about 80-90 people across the country in India, who had access to testing facilities or labs where rocket systems could be tested, right? And I used to go and tell this. Of course, I was not a rocket scientist, so was not able to convince too many people. I think I was also reaching out to very busy people. So it didn't happen very easily, and a lot of people were giving me general life advice on why I should not do this and be safe in finance. This is when I ended up, meeting Professor Satya Chakravarti. That was also like 2-3 levels, third degree connection in some way. Like someone my wife knew I just pinged her, through her on someone on Twitter, and they guided me to someone in NCCRE and then to Professor. It was like an all over the place story. And I think like what we just heard, right? He was already in this mode of why are my students not doing anything in aerospace? So I think it was that first coincidence that worked. But for me, the story was we need an academia partner because we are not, I didn't have that hundreds of millions of dollars to start a rocket company. So there had to be and some level of, so I had to stand on someone's shoulders to get started. So that is what IIT actually became. So without IIT, I don't even think Agnikul would exist. It's not like Agnikul came to IIT and all. IIT actually, in a way, ended up enabling Agnikul. Otherwise, it was a nice PPT in my Google Drive for a really long time. So that's how the story started here. But now we are here. Of course, when I was talking to Professor, I was already socializing this idea with a lot of people, and that's where I met Moin, who was also my friend playing cricket with me, but he also joined, and then Professor connected me to Perumal sir, and now we have all these many people and these many team members, and a lot of retired SRO people. But I think the spark of all of that was starting here, right? So that's how this story itself started. So what is Agnikul and Agniban? I think most of you may know, but just to set the context right, we build rockets for small satellites, targeting up to 0.5 ton of satellite. That's how a rocket is measured, the carrying capacity of the rocket. 300 people today. We've done a few things right, I think, in the story about building the tech, having access to a launch pad within Sriharikota, which is the picture on top there. It's actually our own private launch pad that ISRO allowed us to set up. And this is one of the older versions of the vehicle you see with, we took a photo with the entire team with Dr. Somnath, who was the previous chairman, and so on. And in the process, I think one of Agnikul's clear, differentiating paths has been business need that enabled, technology development. It is not the other way around where we had a technology and we tried to commercialize it and make a business case out of it. It was more like there was a gap in the rocket market, and technology had to be built to solve it. There was no other way around it, literally. So that's how we did it, right? So when you think about, when you just simply Google how many rockets are out there, you hear a lot of people. Of course, we all know about SpaceX. I think last year alone, they did 165 launches. A single company in a single country did 165 launches, right? Then why is anyone building a rocket? What's the point? There is no flexibility in that market. If you think of rocket as a transportation system, any transportation system, when you're a customer, if you want to get a ride from here outside to go to somewhere, to the airport or something, you're looking for price, time, how quickly, how close the car will come here, and so on, right? Same thing you look for in a rocket as well, but you don't get all of that. So we decided we'll build all of that, but you can't just say, okay, I'll build flexibility. You need technology to do it. So that is where the university, aspect itself comes in. So this is the, the three basic variables of any transportation problem, I think. From a business standpoint, if you keep the rocket part away, you have to get that, you want to get a ride when you want it. You want to pay the lowest amount for it. And you will have to, it has to come to where you are, and it has to take you to where you want to go. None of this happened today. And each of this is driven by technology that had to be built to allow for this. For example, going anywhere and launching meant mobile launch pads, right? So that was the example of the picture I showed you in the previous slide. Launching any time meant being able to shrink a rocket, because you can't say, okay, I have to, you might have heard about these in the, some of the buses that go, right? If the bus is not full, they won't actually take the bus out. Very similar thing happens in rockets. They do it a little more in a polished manner, but that's what happens. Unless your rocket is full, it won't lift off, which means you don't get a say on when you fly. And it will go where it is going. So if you look at that picture on the right, that is like the inside of a nose cone of a Falcon 9 rocket from SpaceX. All those electronics there, the solar cells there, these are all different satellites. So obviously the rocket is not going and dropping each one of them. It's going to a common place, the equivalent of the bus stop in space. And from there, each of these guys have to figure out what to do. So we had to turn this around and say we'll do a dedicated ride, but then dedicated ride meant building a smaller rocket, but a smaller rocket meant too much overheads, too much inefficiency, which meant, okay, technology to allow for shrinking a rocket. 3D printed engines, for example, is one of those. So that is how this whole story came. So now so the point I tried to make so far is this Agnikul story was about building technology to allow for the business case to be meaningful. Otherwise, the business case was not working at all. The customers were never happy with what current rockets are giving them, so we wanted to do that with technology. So I think the first thing that we got with IIT, and this is a very fundamental thing, I don't know how much I'll be able to explain it, which is identity. right? And this, I'll tell you my own personal example. So when I came back, so 10 years in New York and Los Angeles and all that. So when I came back, a lot of people used to ask me for the first 2 years, what am I doing? Extended family and so on, right? Friends that I'm not very close with. And it was a very difficult thing to go and tell I'm building rockets. It just didn't make sense at that time in the country. Today, I think it's slightly better. So I used to always say I'm working in IIT Madras with a professor. It was the simplest way out. Instantly, once the name IIT Madras came, everyone was like, okay, something this guy has figured out in life. He's not wasting away. So I think that was for my own self. But more importantly about Agnikul as a company itself, right? I think the most important aspect when you're reaching out to investors, when we're reaching out to vendors, it is very important to have a name that at least everyone wants to map you to something, particularly if the sector is too new. And most of the deep tech startups, the problems they're looking at, I don't think there is a lot of precedence in the country. So you need the university at least to be your ID card. I think that is most of the times not spoken about, but as a founder, I know for a fact that that was one of the biggest things that IIT Madras gave, and it's a very difficult thing to put a number on it in terms of how much value it added, but it was a big deal. And beyond that part, the credibility aspect also comes, right? So when an investor meets us, for example, and wants to understand rockets, and we are telling that I am a person from Wall Street who did an aero degree, and then my co-founder ran a contract manufacturing company but did an aero degree. Where is the rocket scientist in the story is a question. Of course, professor was there, but they wanted to know who else is there, who is doing this full time. And at that point in time, I think the hedge was, okay, they are out of IIT, so there is some knowledge base there, there's some academia there and so on. So I think the credibility part matters a lot. Then the other aspect is in terms of being a part of the ecosystem. So the most hard thing about building a deep tech startup in the very early years, when still not a lot of people are talking about it, is to first of all tell yourself that it is possible, right? At least I have faced that a lot. And that comes very easily if you're talking with like-minded people. So one of the examples is when I was again in Los Angeles, I used to go and show up at every meetup, even if I was not really invited, just to be around people who were building rockets, like SpaceX people or so on. Because by talking to them, the idea gets normalized. In your head, it doesn't become a big deal. And when it becomes an easier thing, you start actually working on it. So I think the ecosystem part matters a lot. Talking to people, finding the experts, and more than all that, the emotional aspect of saying, okay, this is not that crazy. Yeah, we can do this as well. And when you look at a few other companies doing it or doing something else in their own domains, that sort of self-validation also starts. So I think that's very important. And I think from a people standpoint particularly, I mean, whatever it is, deep tech, engines, launchpads, all of that I can say, but in the end, it's people who are building companies, right? It's in the end people who are building products, and you need the right set of people to start when you're doing a deep tech company. So that is something that the ecosystem will give. It is sort of like thinking beyond classes itself, right? I'm not talking about finding students alone. I'm talking about experts. I'm talking about professors. I'm talking about lab technicians, project staff. All of these, we have taken some help from IIT, so I wanted to mention all that here. And now going a little back to, again, the Agnikul story. When I came up with a very basic Excel file on what the Agnikul business model is going to look like, even in the very first version, a lot of the cash was going into building testing facilities. Manufacturing, you can do it outside. There are vendors that ISRO has developed. We are a space-faring nation, right? It's not like Agnikul is only bringing rockets to the country. ISRO has done it, quite well for a long time. So manufacturing is there already. Know-how is there. We have a lot of retired ISRO people. We have professors, and we have a lot of students or a younger, group of people. The only thing that is missing in the game is testing facilities, because these are maybe within ISRO, but if you're building a new kind of technology, even within ISRO, it may not be there, because that is not the focus for ISRO. So that is where I think, again, university would help. Again, you can generalize this outside of Agnikul as well. If you look at where the money goes, and I will go back to, again, the SpaceX story also, where if you look at the first 100 million where SpaceX spent its money, I'm talking about 2004 to 2008, the first 4 launches of SpaceX, money went into testing facilities. So, and I think that is very, important in terms of, getting access from a university, because the labs in a university will actually allow for that. Manufacturing firms across the country are more set up for production. So they will usually not have setups to allow you to test a new product. And the last part, in case you had the money, in case you're one of those people who was able to get, or you yourself are rich, or you're able to get that big funding support in the very beginning, still it is time. There is no shortcut to the time part of it. If it is like, say, a 1 meganewton engine test stand, that building that is a 18-month story, and no matter how you do it, how well you do it, it simply is going to take that kind of a time. It's just the project scale is like that, right? Simply starting from the fact that in some places concrete will have to set in a better way, so you have to leave it for 14 days or so. So you can't really short circuit that timeline, and that is where existing facilities actually help. So we started off in NCCRD. That is a photo taken in one of the rooms in NCCRD when we were just around 20 people or so. But that is where we started. Those facilities allowed us to actually get to the next level. And finally, emerging from the umbrella, I don't think we really fully ever should emerge. I think given a chance, I would always start off with the intro or tagline of we are a IIT Madras startup. If SpaceX can be a startup with 1.5 trillion valuation, we have a long way to go to say that we are not a startup anymore. So for me, that identity matters a lot. I'm not just saying this because I'm speaking at an IIT Madras event. I'm really saying that because I think it is those first 5-6 years that shape what the company is, the culture of the company actually come from that university environment. So in terms of more strategic approach, beyond all the emotional connection and the appearances and the credibility, I think there is also an example here from Agnikul, right? So we always see Agnikul as a very special rocket company across the world, literally, which is, we are right in the intersection of three things, right? We are in the intersection of a lab, like the Combustion R&D Center, where you can do quick, simpler set of tests. And we have built our own test facilities as well. Through the money that we have raised and so on, we have built our own, rocket factory where we 3D print our rocket engines. And we are surrounded by people who are experts in this area. So that combination of testing, manufacturing, and expertise does not exist anywhere else. So we are super lucky, actually, to be very honest, that we are able to operate in that center. And I think that should be a strategy for every deep tech startup. It is literally like, if you can replicate that, you should, because even with money, the time part will anyway be a long thing to conquer. So if you can operate there, you should. That is, I think, the real part of emerging out of it. There is no real emergence out, but it is more like, okay, can I be in that center and operate from there? That is how I look at Agnikul's story itself. So thank you. I just wanted to play the launch video once. This is more for the team. This is more for all the effort that came into the launch. It's a 4-minute video. If we have the time, we can still play it. Do we have the time? Yeah, okay. That's in Dayur, international facility that we were able to build within IIT. This is in Research Park. of land near the shore that ISRO was nice enough to give us. So that's where we built the launch pad.
All stations, stand by for the time hour. T-minus 6 hours and counting. All stations to note, countdown commence for Agniban sorted mission with a scheduled lift off time at 5:45 hours IST on 28th May.
RSO confirms go for launch. PD authorizing for launch.
Based on Agnikul vehicle readiness and range readiness, Test Director hereby authorizes the launch of Agniborn Sorted 1001 mission.
Confirming ALS initiated. 10, 9, 8, 7. MCC took control, confirming even 5. Completed. 4. MCC took confirming engine pressure. 2, 1, 0.
Ignition confirmed.
Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off confirmed.
Plus 10 seconds. T3 track. Plus 15 seconds. P4 tracking.
R2 tracking.
Plus 20 seconds. Even tracking. Plus 25 seconds. Plus 30 seconds.
Over maneuver happened. Wind biasing is completed.
Plus 1 minute.
The launch of Agniborn Sorted 01 mission from Agnikul is completed.
That this is world's first single-piece 3D printed semi-cryogenic engine.
Historical, you must all realize. It's not just a launch of a sounding rocket based on liquid engine.
So thanks to the government, thanks to InSpace and all the support for actually allowing for a framework. So I don't think this would have been possible without InSpace and ISRO.
From the launch pad, which is built by not only the launch, but also the launch pad is built by Agnikul team.
We had a very good launch as predicted.
Thank you again. I think this would not have been possible without IIT. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Srinath. This is a fabulous journey of a passionate entrepreneur pursuing his dream. And it's really a heartwarming scene to see the rocket lifting off in such a perfect conditions. Underlying theme which comes out from his talk is that he is a quintessential entrepreneur. Despite the career shifts he has made into finance and getting back to aerospace, the entrepreneurship spirit kept on glowing, and we could see the progress he has moved in so far. In a few minutes, he has detailed the playbook of a deep tech startup. Probably could be adopted to many more such startups really. I would like to take a few minutes to thank Srinath for taking his time off. I think he is about to travel today. He did make alternate adjustments to be with us and share his story. And I would like to honor Srinath with a small memento. May I request Chris to do the honors on behalf of GDC. So we all wish Srinath a great success in his pursuit along with his teammates in his entrepreneurial journey. Well, we'll move on to the next session, which is going to be on catalyzing the lab to market movement in India. IIT Madras has been the forefront, and yesterday me and Raghu were listening to the 10th anniversary of Startup Day, where we could catch up Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal talking about IIT Madras being in the forefront of innovation and entrepreneurship. It was indeed a proud moment where all our good work is being recognized at the highest level in the country. Now, Professor Krishnan Balasubramanian has played a very important role in this journey. In IIT Madras, there are multiple models of deep tech research taking to the market. There is Krishnan Balasubramanian's method of taking the idea forward. There is Satya Chakravarti's method of taking the idea forward. So much so that Krishnan has created his own mechanism of virtually creating a startup one per year. I think today I lost count of number of startups coming out of this lab, and it will be a great pleasure to hear him out in his talk. Welcome, Professor Krishnan Balasubramanian.
Very, very good morning to all of you, and thank you, Subbu, for the introduction. Always Srinath's is a hard act to follow, and so I'll do what I can. But Srinath actually left one question a little unanswered. He could have done this in Los Angeles and given Elon Musk a run for his money, but he chose India. This also happened without any nudge from President Trump. So I believe that this is fortunate for India, particularly IIT Madras, that Srinath chose to come back to India and do it here. And doing it in India is much, much harder than to probably do it in the US. So I think kudos to the team, Agnikul, kudos to Srinath and his team. So thank you so much. I think by now you probably would be understanding that GDC is looking at a facilitation role in the academia and the research communities within India, and looking at how do we point these ideas towards the market. And this journey is something that involves maybe researchers, students, entrepreneurs, but the most difficult elephant in that room is the faculty, and I represent the faculty, and I've been a faculty for all my life. Now, faculty play a very important role because we bring passion, we bring expertise, we bring experience to the table. And often we try, and the model that we try to address in GDC is that you mix that with young entrepreneurs who have energy, like Srinath, and that catalyzes innovation, but more importantly, it takes these ideas forward, and forward in a very persistent way. But this elephant of a faculty is the most hardest of the lot, because we are trained every time when we do a PhD, when we do anything, we are trained to think independently. And we are the hardest ones to mold. And what we also do is we make our students think the same way. So you have a team that thinks that we know everything, we know what is good for you, and we also want to prescribe what is good for you. And this is something that is a challenge, because at the end of the day, what I think is good for you is not something that you may want to buy or pay for. So how do we work on this thinking, and how do we make the faculty, how do we make the research students think differently? And that's where GDC plays a fairly large role in trying to create this mind shift change from something where you are pushing to where you're listening to the pull. And over a period, over the last 7 years, GDC has worked with today more than about 300 faculty members across institutions of different levels, across the country, people working in very different sectors, from the sunrise to the sunset sectors. We do work with very different people. And in every one of them, what we see and what we try to accomplish is how do we shift that mind from I know everything, I know what's good for you, to I will listen and find out what you will want to buy from me. And this shift is not an easy one. And I'm keeping on emphasizing on that because every time we work with every team, this change is extremely difficult and slow. Now, what we must also understand is that, and it was already mentioned earlier, that India is moving towards Viksit Bharat 2047. What that means is that India wants to be considered as a fully developed country by 2047. That gives us about 100 years runway from the time we got independence. Now, all indications are clear that our total GDP probably would, and it's already getting close to some of the most developed countries. And very likely we will be competing with US and China at that time in the GDP. But what we must realize is that the per capita GDP is going to be the one factor that is going to differentiate India from as a developed country or not. And that means that we need to reach out to the 1.4 billion population today and probably a little bit more by 2047. So how do we do that? We have to do that at the grassroots. We have to change one mind at a time. So while GDC has been working very hard at changing some of the faculty, how do we go beyond that? How do we go and reach out to every faculty, every student, every citizen of this country and make them change their mindset a little bit? We've been very fortunate. Every one of our cohort participants, not spare no one, have always told us feedback that their mindset has changed. They think a little differently. They teach a little differently. They work a little differently on their problems, and they look at a different point of view also when they actually do their work. This small change, and they also been very great, they also served as messiahs for this message when they go back to their departments or their institutions. And we see that there is also some permeation of this feeling that I need to look beyond my point of view to somebody else's point of view. This change that we are seeing in institutions, and this is very obvious, and I'm sure you're going to hear a little bit more later from some of the panels and how that is happening. We need a lot of help, and we are very happy to say that in the last couple of years, we are increasingly receiving a lot of partners in this journey. Naming the most important partner that we have today is the Department of Science and Technology. Over the last year, we've been working with Department of Science and Technology to spread the message, to bring in more participants and create an avenue where we can spread the message more effectively. Department of Biotechnology has also joined us. We're also very happy to say that we're seeing a lot of corporates come on board. We have ArcelorMittal, we have TDK, we have Citibank, we have Shell here. I know Shell people are here. Many of these corporates are now joining hands with GDC. So it's very necessary that every person who is in this room and who is online and everybody who work with GDC become our messiah. And in this journey that we are trying to play a small role in by making a small change in the mindsets of people, creating a small entrepreneurial thinking mindset is where we would welcome every one of you to join and join this journey. And we hope that we will make Bharat Viksit by 2047, where every person's per capita resource is measured very differently from what it is today. So thank you so much, and do enjoy the fantastic facilities and great panelists and panel discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Krishan. I think he has been a fundamental support to GDC's progress the past 8 years. As he mentioned that we work with one professor at a time to shift the mindset from technology perspective to business perspective. It's been a great journey. Professor Krishan mentioned about multiple engagements of stakeholders with GDC. We are quite happy to say that we work with 100 plus academic institutions in the country. We work with the policy bodies like Niti Aayog. We also work with the Department of Science and Technology in our flagship program. And of course, corporates have been working with us in building their futuristic products through their accelerator programs. And it's been a fabulous journey. We look forward to growing this with all your support. We'd like to honor Professor Krishan Balasubramanian by a small memento. I request Ms. Jayashree to come on stage to honor Krishan. Back. So GDC has been operating with a small team of about 8 people, and it's been an excellent journey in the past 8 years. And this wouldn't have been possible with our extended family of friends who doubled up as instructors and mentors over the years. We have close to about 20 plus instructors who conduct the programs with us, and about 100 odd mentors who have been supporting a cause, and we provide one business mentor per team. And it's an occasion for us to celebrate some of these mentors who have been so loyal to us. When we pick up a phone saying that, hey, next cohort is coming up, would like to be a mentor, and they really put up the hands and come on board to be a mentor here. We would like to take a few minutes to honor each one of them with a small gesture and our sense of gratitude by calling them on stage, and would like to give them a small memento or award. And I would request Chris and Desh to come on stage to do the honor on behalf of GDC. I'd like to call Mr. Ravichandran. Yeah. Come, Chris. Mr. Ravichandran. Mr. Parthasarathi. Yeah, please give.
So Partha, please step up. So Partha is from IIM Ahmedabad, 1980 batch. He's more than 40 years experience in consumer marketing, and he's been with us for more than 15 cohorts, or maybe even more. Thank you, Partha.
Next, we have Arun Kumar Nair. He has been with us for, I lost the number of times he has become a mentor here, maybe 12 or 13. Next we have VR Ganeshan, a batchmate of ours, and ready to jump into the fray whenever he wanted. Is Ganeshan there? Oh, there he is. Ganesh is also a visiting faculty at IIT Tirupati teaching mechanical engineering. He spent more than 35 years in the corporate world with Ashok Leyland as well as Daimler in the engine R&D. Next we have Shyam Ramamurthy. Is he there? Where?
So Shyam is from NIT Trichy and he has manufacturing experience in several companies. So he's been the backbone for several companies. He was the mentor for modular housing that our director spoke about so eloquently in the morning, and many other companies that Shyam has. Who's next?
Next is Santosh Nair.
Santosh is a veteran from ITC and he's been with us and as a mentor and now as an instructor. Thank you, Santosh, for being with us. Next is Sriram Parameswaran. Parmo, are you there? Okay. So Sriram is a batchmate of ours from IIT Madras, and he's been again a stalwart in manufacturing. He's now got into the social side of entrepreneurship in many ways.
We also have Ms. Geeta Prem Kumar, who has been very, very supportive of our initiative. She's been a woman entrepreneur who has helped us to, many of our teams to progress from the thought ideas to build a business. We now request Geeta to come on stage, please. Next we have Venkatachalam, IIT Kanpur alumnus and a fellow metallurgist, and IIM grad, worked in multiple industries and has been quite a devoted mentor to our team. Venkat. We also have a few more mentors and instructors who could not join us in person, but they are available on Zoom. I request our team to project their presence. Yeah, we want to take a picture. A minute. There we see Alok Gupta. Can you raise your hand, Alok? There he is. MT Arvind, who has been an instructor for several years with us, and Ramnath, Vinod Kumar, and Srinath Narayanan. They're all people who could not participate here in person. We also have Mr. E. Kumar, who's traveling, is not even able to join us on the online. And a big shout out and thanks to all these people who have been supportive of our cause. And before we conclude this one, I'll request all the honored mentors to come on stage to have a group picture with Chris Sandesh. Your choice to be the center. You're the only one team here. Hopefully the stage will pull on. Thank you all. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you not move this little bit this side? This one, because of this, this becomes very narrow.
Please, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have a group of 12 startups who have come all the way here to display their invention ideas. These teams went through GDC's program and well on the way to build a business now. We would like to open up the exhibition for the public viewing, and I request Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, our keynote speaker, to do the honors by inaugurating the exhibition. There's a small ribbon cutting ceremony is being planned in the backstage here. And after that, the floor is open for the audience to visit these stalls and also take a coffee and a comfort break and reassemble back here in about 20 minutes' time. Raghu. Thank you, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan. The session now takes a break for about 20 minutes. Please do have your coffee and come back in about 20 minutes' time. Thank you.
இதோட வைக்கிறேன். because of the our target should be the 6 So normally we have 3 to 4 years without quality in India. So we are always dependent on for quality from China. So what we are trying to do is our end goal is to produce a high quality silk, which means the Chinese quality that is silk. They produce the highest silk. There's a Ramnagar market. Ramnagar is a place near to Bangalore. Like you can consider Asia's largest silk food market. The 3 states of India are dominating Karnataka and then Village of Karnataka. Right now focused on Karnataka and then Village of these states.
நீங்கள் போயிட்டு வரீங்களா சார்? நான் பார்த்துக்கிட்டோன்னா இல்லை வாங்கிட்டு வந்து இப்போ டெலிட் பண்ணிட்டு மாற்றணும். அந்த இது பிரேக்கில் தான் மாற்றணும். அதான் இந்த எனக்கு சிப்பு டெலீட் பண்ண முடியும்.
Can we all get back, please? Request everyone to please get back. Request everyone to please get back.
Good afternoon. Our next session is about
Can
to
we
start.
all get back, please?
Request all of you to please come back to seats. A special appeal to people in the backstage having coffee. I request you to come down, occupy your seats, please. Hey, Raghu. Request all of you to settle down quickly, please. Good afternoon, welcome back. Our next keynote speaker is going to be online from Delhi. The topic of his talk is going to be how can India harness the potential of translational research through deep tech startups. And the speaker is going to be Dr. Shivakumar Kalyan Raman. Dr. Shivakumar Kalyan Raman is a distinguished alumnus of IIT Madras, and he went on to do his master's and PhD from Ohio State University and did his executive MBA from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in the US. Post that, he had a long career in the corporate world with IBM Research. He was a chief scientist with IBM Research in India as well as IBM Research in Australia, and later with the GE Power. And he has been appointed by the Prime Minister's office to be the chief executive officer of Anusandhan National Research Foundation, and it will be a pleasure to hear him out, and has his sitting right at the apex of the decision-making body in terms of scientific research and translational research. Please occupy your seats, and I invite Dr. Shivakumar Kalyan Raman to address the audience. Over to Dr. Kalyan Shivakumar, please.
Can I request everyone to settle down, please? Dr. Shivakumar is just, he'll be doing it online Unfortunately, he could not come here today. Can I request everybody to please settle down? Ravi, Srikanth, Krishnan, please can you? Please settle down. So this session will be done online by Dr. Shiv Kumar. Dr. Shiv Kumar is the CEO of ANRF. ANRF is Anusandhan National Research Foundation. Unfortunately, he could not travel to Chennai today, so we are doing this over video. And we need a little bit more silence and all people, looking the screen so that, we can have more effective session. Dr. Shiv Kumar, can you hear me? This is Raghu here from GDC. Can you turn up the volume, please? We need to hear Dr. Shiv Kumar. Just a minute, Shiv. I think we are getting the acoustics done. The audio video team, can you please increase the volume of Dr. Shiv Kumar, please? Dr. Shiv, can you hear me? Yes, you need to speak up. Can you speak up again?
Yes, testing.
Yes,
One,
we are
two,
able
three.
to hear you. Thank you. So, Shiv, you are on screen, and let me just give a couple of lines of introduction to this audience. You have about 250 people here, a mix of faculty, researchers, alumni, students, mentors, startup entrepreneurs, everyone in the startup ecosystem that you can talk about. Dr. Shiv Kumar is a distinguished alumnus of IIT Madras. I think the 90 batch or 92 batch.
93.
93 batch, I stand corrected. And he has been appointed. He has come back after a distinguished career in computer science and artificial intelligence. I understand that's his specialty. He has come back to join the government as the CEO of the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, which is doing a lot to change the landscape of translational research, fundamental research, translational research, and I also suspect deep tech startups. So without stealing his thunder, I will request Shiv to take over from here. Shiv, and please explain to us what ANRF is, how you work 48 hours a day to change the landscape here, and we are all eager to hear you. Over to you, Shiv.
Okay, first a quick check. Can you see my screen?
Do you have a presentation? We don't see it yet.
Really? I'm sharing the screen.
1 minute. Can you? Yeah, it's coming up slowly. All right, we can see your presentation.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, Raghu, and it's wonderful to be back at my alma mater remotely. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. So this is my LinkedIn QR code in case you'd like to scan and connect with me if you're not already connected. So first I'll talk a little bit about ANRF vision, and hopefully I'll make it relevant to you all in the audience. Our role is to catalyze India's rise as a research and innovation powerhouse. ANRF, for people who may not be familiar, is a statutory body of Government of India, which is presided by the Honorable Prime Minister, and I serve as the first CEO. I'm succeeding our interim CEO, who is DST Secretary Abhayakar Nikarji, who was the interim CEO, and I've taken over, and I report to an executive council with many of the scientific secretaries and chaired by the principal scientific advisor. And then that in turn reports to the governing board. So the Honorable Prime Minister has equated Jai Anusandhan along with Jai Jawan and Jai Kisan, and therefore it's a pillar of Viksit Bharat that we are in the progress of putting together. So this follows the broader longer term script of going beyond physical infrastructure and digital infrastructure to really human capital, human infrastructure, social infrastructure, and so on as a foundation for our long-term growth. So the genesis of ANRF, for people who may not be familiar, comes from the National Education Policy 2020, where there is a full chapter 17 in the higher education section that envisions the establishment of a National Research Foundation to really have focus, consistency, persistency, and also do things which are interdisciplinary, break down silos, barriers, focus on things which are consistent with the National Education Policy's vision of seeding as well as growing the research capabilities across our university landscape, but at the same time broaden out the distribution of excellence beyond the islands targeted at 50,000 crores. But the government allocations to me are 14,000 crores, out of which 10,000 crores is net new and 4,000 crores is for continuing programs from the SCRB. So we are therefore working on various partnerships as well to broaden this out and so on. So the right way to look at ANRF is that we are not a zero-sum game in terms of funding. We want to do funding well, and I'm happy to tell you that we are doing far better in terms of pushing money out as well as engaging our stakeholders through various channels. Of course, there's a long way to go, and we need to get far more efficient as well, and which gives us the sort of license to scale. This is a one-slide summary of ANRF, but I want to point out that ANRF does have a special purpose fund as a mechanism. We also have an innovation fund, which we'll be operationalizing shortly in partnerships with contributions from industry partners and other partners, which we will be using that for driving a variety of innovation-oriented programs as well. Innovation, research, all of these are interesting terms. I think of research as the earlier, basic and other levels of TRLs. Innovation is its conversion to impact, and so on, so the materials and areas like that. So we'll be doing more in terms of our innovation fund. There's special purpose funds that can be spun up by any line ministry that finds whatever we have as inadequate, or they want to do something special. There has to be a case made for why it is special, why it is different, and why does the current mechanisms do not suffice, etc., and so on. So I think so ANRF has a flexible set of mechanisms. That's the best way. We are not a policy shop, and often we cannot solve all the world's problems. So the RDF fund, just to give you an example, and then how the structure. See, on the left you see the top you see the central government, the Consolidated Fund of India, which sends money through our administrative ministry, a ministry which is DST, Department of Science and Technology, and we get monies as a grant or a loan. So the RDI is a 50-year loan at 0% interest. Long after I'm dead and gone, I have to return back to the Government of India. But the Consolidated Fund of India, but then that can cycle over time and so on. So the first level, ANRF is a custodian of that funds. There's an RDIF dedicated professional team that has been put up. I want to especially credit Secretary DST, Abhay Karanikarji, who's also the Executive Director of RDI at the moment. And then there's an RDI cell done by the DST, which is closely working with the ANRF to set this up, as well as hire the RDIF dedicated professional team. And then this gives out patient capital to intermediaries. You can think of them as financial intermediaries. We call them second level fund managers. And the intent is that this will be patient capital, which are anchor investments into alternate investment funds or other structures like NBFCs, DFIs, or certain statutory organizations, which can be FROs, focused research organizations, or even deep tech fund of funds, which can then onward invest that into the real economy investees, which are like deep tech startups, R&D joint ventures, companies, etc. And the mechanisms can be anything that goes into the balance sheet as patient capital, whether it is debt, it is equity, it is hybrid instruments, convertible debentures, convertible preferred shares, what have you, right? So those design of those kind of instruments, innovation bonds, anything, that is a responsibility of the intermediaries. Just like you wouldn't go to the Reserve Bank of India for a loan for your home, you wouldn't come to ANRF for considering a specific proposal. So often when I get folks coming coming to me with a direct proposal, I gently send them off to one of these AIFs or FROs that are getting formed. So they would be the folks who would actually create the loan equivalent, which is a financial instrument that lands this thing. And you should remember that that is not a grant, and it's a financial instrument which lands on a cap table or a form of capital or a balance sheet liability. And then on the top we have the governing board, the executive council, and EGOS, which is sort of oversees empowered group of secretaries. So coming to the grant side of things, which I run directly, we have two approaches. One is broad-based horizontal, which supports fundamental and basic research as well as early stages of applied research. Think of them at the lower TRL levels and so on. We do this in a way which is, we don't tell researchers what to do, they tell us what they want to do. We also have programs for National Postdoctoral Fellowship, Ramanujan Fellowships, J.C. Bose grants, the National Science Chairs, things of those nature, as well as we support some capacity development through international travel support and seminars and symposium support. We are expanding that to have research capacity development workshops, things that are more broad-based, capacity development oriented, and so on. Whereas the vertical, think of it as a lot more focused, where we say do this, or when we say do this, or sort of in a specific area we invite proposals. These are more mission mode programs. We are going to be introducing challenges type of programs, these inspired by DARPA challenges. We are also looking at some catalytic sort of investments. We have just recently announced industry academic programs such as A3, which stands for ANRF Translational Research and Innovation. I'll talk a little bit more about all of these. So these are more focused programs. We also do focused programs around capacity development itself for uplifting more universities which are emerging and seeding research in those places. So again, focus matters. So a combination of broad-based, bottom-up, and more focus and different levels of focus, sector focus, or maybe even societal focus, translation focus, or even capacity development focus or catalytic focus. But all of this means focus. And also we are inviting partners to work with us at saying there are various ways in which partners can work with us. I will outline all of this, and if you really love to know more about this, I've written a very long article about this on LinkedIn, so please connect with me on LinkedIn and please read the long articles or any other information that you seek. You can direct message me on LinkedIn. So our goal is to really focus on excellence and merit-based capacity development. Our goal is not to just spread money around. We want to be impact oriented in everything we do. So we are also upgrading all our measurements and so on to really measure for impact and govern for impact, right? And we will then also be sharing best practices across the spectrum, and so that we do one thing really well, right, which is funding. Another way to look at how these are all organized is that all our horizontal capabilities are the foundation, the science excellence, capacity development, interface of science and technology with social sciences and humanities. We also have a special center program we have announced in that space, as well as we have in our broad-based programs, we have a quantitative social sciences track that drives that. And as we do more societal programs in other areas, we would invite the social sciences and humanities, management, policy folks to collaborate with entrepreneurs, to collaborate with academia and labs, etc., to really drive that thing. So it's really collaboration for impact is the theme. In the vertical, as I mentioned, uplifting the research ecosystem, mission mode research, and industry academic collaboration are the three key themes. And we do a few things as an apex organization across. We're working on some cross India dashboards. We are thinking of a few open data type collaborations. And we have some initiatives where we are putting out tools like Saral AI to help disseminate research much faster using AI and so on, right? So driving the democratization, demystification, and really driving technology diffusion and innovation diffusion. And of course, we're doing several things in terms of ease of doing science, and we are trying to get better every day. So these are some of our programs that sort of fit into this template of the sort of a house type of picture. You can be assured that I will not do random programs. We will try to do things that are at scale, which are strategically aligned into these areas. And, I get a lot of ideas on what I should be doing or, sort of resurrecting some old programs and so on. Typically, our goal would be to take existing programs and see where we can integrate best ideas rather than forking off new programs because that becomes very unmanageable. So we may have a few missions that we do, but it will be under the format of the Maha mission mode programs, for example. So just to give you some ideas of what we do the PAIR program, which is a capacity development focus program with a hub and spoke. Again, it's not about just giving money to spoke institutions. In this case, 70% of the money does go there to set up facilities, to drive collaborations, support broad-based large numbers of PIs, co-PIs, build capability, etc. But at the same time, it works with collaboration from the hub and spoke, the hubs facilities, the spokes facilities, all of these are shared. We are doing a number of research capacity development as part of that. ANRF is also hosting in our playlists and our social media special tracks for PAIR. And then as any activity goes in each of these areas, we sort of cross-post it as well as consolidate it with what we do. So we are driving a lot of these network effects and capacity building effects and, other things like Saral AI and all of these are aligned with this. In addition to this, we are supporting Prime Minister's professorships that will be going to some of the spoke universities to again strengthen and deepen the research capabilities across. Now, obviously, we'd like to do more of these PAIR initiatives. We'll be doing more later this year, as well as we'll be also experimenting with the format that also finds room for research laboratories, national research laboratories to be involved, in this process. Right. So we are working on. We have done the Prime Minister's Early Career Research Grant. We've done about 718 grantees last cycle. Right now, we've just gotten proposals recently for this cycle. Every year, now we are settling into a rhythm of our recurring programs. I had a huge surge of early programs to get out of the way, and now we are setting into a rhythm. I have announced on our social media more of like a calendar of our programs, and so that can give forward visibility so that folks can plan for this. And I also urge the startups and industry to strongly work out collaborations. I want to mention that you can be a honorary PI, an honorary investigator in any of our research programs with faculty or primary investigators as well. So that gives you the capability to partner and be formally involved, and then there can be resourcing in the program that drives those collaborations. However, money will not go out of the primary set of grantees. So EV Mission supports lead PIs, again with other collaborators in a structure similar to Hub and Spoke. But there's also industry consortium players. So this is an example of a mission mode program. So we are, I'm happy to say, working with a number of ministries in terms of partnerships for each of these missions. So with MIGHTY, we are working, we have launched a mission such as the 2D materials program in the advanced materials area. We've launched AI for science and engineering with the AI space with the India AI mission, part of MIGHTY, and then multiple science departments with DBT. We have partnered in the AI for science and engineering with ICMR. We partnered on MedTech, even with non-governmental partners like Gates Foundation, Wadhwani Foundations have already stepped up. We are also in conversations with a number of others, and we look forward to welcoming more both corporate as well as philanthropic and CSR partners in our programs going forward. So we've recently launched critical raw materials. There is a program on drones coming up shortly in a couple of weeks, I believe, 2 to 3 weeks. We should be launching that program, just ironing out a bunch of things there. So we plan to also launch societal programs. It might be in a few areas of interest. Of course, everybody's interested in air pollution and so so on right now, given the air in Delhi or traffic in Bangalore and things like that. Of course, we'll be looking at either some specific areas like water and groundwater and flooding and so on. So there are programs that we might do with specific ministries if they step up, but we also plan to have broad-based because it'll take a long time for us to roll out specific thing. So we will also look at broad-based societal challenges and leapfrog approaches or leapfrog demonstrators for this going forward. Again, this is subject to EC approval. We are also currently in conversations with multiple ministries, including telecom, including MNRE and others, and so on. So please expect a lot more action from us going forward. But also line ministries are thinking of doing deeper things with us. I should specifically acknowledge Secretary Mighty, who is there with you, and Secretary DBT, who's also there with you, and thank them for the deep collaboration. It's really a hum saath saath hai type of collaboration. It's cross-ministerial, cross-disciplinary, and ANRF is trying to be a good collaborator with everyone. So going forward, we'll also be doing challenges that we'll bolt on to these programs and watch out for that coming up. So just to give you one idea of a major program we've launched, really, which I'm super proud of, is AI for Science and Engineering. This brings AI and science and engineering together. It's clearly interdisciplinary. It's one bus we don't want to miss. We would like our scientists and engineers as well as AI folks to start working together, develop new capability, and hopefully win Nobel Prizes in the way. And so we are working with AI on AI for science, AI for engineering, AI for weather and climate modeling, AI for bio and life sciences. These are sub-programs or programs specifically under the umbrella of programs. We are also going to be doing exciting contests and launches. So just watch out for research hackathons and contests coming up. So that goal is that under a programmatic structure, we are not able to support lots of folks. So we are looking at how do we engage broader folks or take on specific challenges and contests. So we are going to be experimenting with this format. What's interesting in this is that all of the work goes out into the open source. We have put out an MIT license, which we call the ANRF open license to drive faster translation. And this also makes it easier for startups, etc., to collaborate. So that even though the money may not be going to startups, startups can collaborate, get work done, pivot over the models or data sets, and then quickly they can customize it for their needs. So I want to again acknowledge the support of MIT, DRDO, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and DBT, and Gates Foundation, Vadvani, and others who are involved. We'll be welcoming a lot more collaborators shortly, and we hope to announce more in the AI Summit coming up shortly, led by my team. So again, this is also motivated by the India stack of just like we have Aadhaar and UPI, etc. We are putting it together in India stack all the way to open digital twins, because once you do AI, it not only does design, like modeling, you can actually put real-time physics modeling in digital twins, and for your physics applications or aerospace design or vehicular designs. Similarly, different approaches can be used for various verticals. Our goal is not only to enable faster discovery, but also to faster translation from deep science to deep tech, and really accelerate the overall scientific loops, scientific to engineering loops, scientific to product design loops, and so on, right? So this is across sectors and so on, and we'll be continuing to double down and invest on this. And, I would again strongly urge startups industries to bring problems, data, and we wanted to use this as a motivation to drive more collaborations. I've told our friends in academia and so on. So, and it's very clearly written in the program documents that if you don't have collaborations and so on, you're unlikely to be competitive in these programs. So recently we've launched about a week back an ANRF Translation and Research Innovation Centers program. This is a sector-based translation centers we hope to establish. And these are, again, significant funding, but we expect significant skin in the game. And at the same time, we're giving flexibility on where the money can come from, and cash contributions, and you can have in-kind contributions beyond this as well. So this is, again, to really squarely focus on bridging the gap, but again, academic or lab-led, but driving translation and so on. Again, this can be collaboration with industry partners and so on. Not everybody needs to give money. startups can partner with the academia, etc. But somebody else can give the money. But at a total level, there has to be some minimum aggregate contribution, etc. So we expect that there can be potential partners can be even your diaspora or alumni, CSR, philanthropy, industry cost sharing, line ministries, state departments, state governments, etc. can chip in. So we are trying to be again a catalyst in this. So talking of partnerships, one can partner with a potential grantee and bid for our programs, or there can be a top-down partnerships and across our programs. So we are now starting to open the aperture on many of these things. So at the top-down means partners work with us at the program level or across multiple programs, and we are now opening up all our programs for partnerships, whether it's a fellowship program or whether it's our ARG program or whether it's a thing. So of course we will continue, whether or not anybody partners with us, we will continue to launch and drive them, but we will be expanding this. So it's not going to be a zero-sum game. We'll be expanding our programs over time as we convince more partners to join us. So partners co-invest in our programs, but at the same time, ANRF focuses on designing and approving programs in national interest with the Executive Council, and then we can have participation across the life cycle. We do consult multiple stakeholders, including the donors and partners in our process. And new formats, exciting formats are being considered. Watch out for that. ANRF Challenges is motivated by DARPA Challenges, and Catalytic Partnership is another new format we're looking at. Again, these are not yet confirmed, but these are in processing, and we can do industry challenge partnerships and so on. If you have great ideas, please do reach out, and but I need specific write-ups on what could be potential challenges and who could be my co-funding partners there. So we are also using social media aggressively for transparency and celebrating our researchers. It's not just a notice board. We are having lightning talk series and with our young investigators across. We are going to be doing similar things for our postdoctoral fellows, our Ramanujan fellows. Really, our goal is to lift all boats and use the ANRF as a target platform. We are also doing a new program called ANRF Plus. We'll be having ANRF Plus, IIT Madras, ANRF Plus IISc and others. That's an invite-only program where we'll see webinars and other formats. You'll see a lot of innovation in social media from us. So social media, we also have specific channels for various programs, and we'll be also using this to expand. We're also trying to solve the ease of doing science and other sorts of things using social media. I'm also very proud of an initiative that we support called Saral AI, which we'll be doing a lot more. Our goal is to use this as a platform for democratizing research, to take technical papers, convert them into videos. It's motivated by Google's Notebook LM project, and then we can do lots of other formats, publications to videos, podcasts. We support multiple languages. We have integrated with Bhashini, and we work with Sarvam AI. We are currently working on posters. We already support presentations. We also support patents as well, right? So this is all part of a larger goal of linking all of this to an open science publishing platform and a community platforms and so on, and for discovery of exciting work. This can also be used for industry academic collaboration, translation, and making it easy for industry folks to understand what academia is doing and so on, right? So this sort of feeds into a larger platform we're working on, the very early stage called Anumapi, an ANRF master platform for Indian research and innovation. You'll see a lot more on this coming up shortly. Okay, that's all I have. You can connect with all of us. We are extremely active and hyperactive to some extent on our social media and so on. Please track us. If you're not tracking us, you're missing a trick. So please connect with us on social media. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Shivakumar. It's been wonderful to know the depth of work that's been planned at Anusandhan Research Foundation. What you have communicated requires a lot more of digestion by all of us here. Quite a lot of initiatives gone by. Really appreciate you taking time off to talk to us. We'll probably open up the question session for about a few questions. Is it okay with you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think any of you want to ask a question to Dr. Shivakumar, please raise up your hand. We have mics going around. We can speak to the mic and get the questions addressed to him.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a wonderful insight into what you are just telling. My specific question or concern, it could be even a statement, is there any measure to evaluate the impact of the several programs you are executing? Is there any, proof of, testing where such a product has released, this is the type of development, this is the type of contribution it has made? I'm just seeing whether any impact assessment is part of the program. Thank you.
Can you quickly introduce yourself, please?
I am Professor Murali Krishna, former Dr. Rajaramana Distinguished Fellow in TRDO, and also Director Research at JNTU Hyderabad, retired. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's an extremely important question. As we speak, in fact, just this week I have sent out emails to our technical program committee co-chairs across our major programs, asking to answer the question, what does impact mean to each of the vertical areas? So we are currently going through an exercise of consultations and asking the question, rather than me telling you what is impact, we are getting a lot of input from the communities on understanding what is impact. We understand that impact for basic research is very different from applied research, from translation research, number one. So we need the Einsteins as well as the Elon Musks. We need the C.V. Ramans as well as the innovators we have, right? So I think for us, both matter. So that's number one. Impact also may vary differently from physics to chemistry to computer science and AI and so on, right? So we understand that impact is different. Also, the impact when we do for small projects is very different from what we do for mission mode projects, how we govern. So we are in the process of both collecting feedback on this process. We are being very deliberative about it, and this is something which we take extremely seriously, and this will be also factored into how we collect information, how we aggregate information, and also we will be using a combination of human and AI and so on to both drive our monitoring and measurements, as well as as we go forward for mission mode programs, there will be a lot more aspects of site visits and so on. So we are very clear about what is the difference between inputs, outputs, outcomes, impact, right? So all of this is a journey, and of course there are markers of that journey. So I think it's important to have a framework and a coherent view. Thank you for that question. It's a very, very important thing for us, and we are working on it.
Thank you. Next questioner, please. Can somebody pass the mic on to him, please? Quickly introduce yourself and ask the question.
Yeah, I will introduce myself at the end. Yeah. So I have a question, Dr. Sivkumar, is like, there are a lot of dynamic things going on. There are a lot of programs. What I feel one thing is missing, or maybe it's not of your domain of interest, is the school level programs. Now, the success of all of these, lot of these things actually depends on the mindset that you develop at the school level, the skill set and the mindset that you develop at the school level. And I do not see too many programs in the last 10 years which actually focuses on the school level upbringings. So do you have certain programs in mind? And that's I feel is very important. And even though it is not of interest for ANRF, but still some sort of program need to come out where the focus is on the school kids. Otherwise, this Make in India is going to be very difficult to sustain. So that's my comment and suggestion, and your views, please. And my name is Pijush. I'm from the Department of Applied Mechanics here, and yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question and comment. Look, I think overall, it is the entire journey, right? So if you look at national education policy, it has laid out things all the way from primary school to secondary school and high school and higher education. So ANRF's focus is higher education. And even within that higher education, we are trying to do a few things well. That's why you saw me be very clear about the strategy and how we plan to do. In general, in government, we have the challenge of trying to do a lot and doing them badly. So I prefer to do a few things and do a few things well. So that's why I'm very clear on what I don't do at the moment. But your point is very well taken. We do have other parts of the government which are focused on it. I would especially mention, of course, the Ministry of Education, the Department of Science and Technology, DBT, and all the other folks who are in the room. And of course, every line ministry also looks at different things up to different levels. Of course, there's Atal Innovation Mission and other activities that are there. But that said, look, I think I just want to acknowledge the point that you make. However, our focus is to look at undergraduate level and above. So we are interested in driving undergraduate research and linkages to innovation and then beyond. So we are also thinking of doing pre-doctoral fellowships and other sorts of things. But that is my focus area. But your point is well taken, and I could not say anything more about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we have time for one more question. Yeah. The lady here, she wants to ask a question. Here, the middle. Can you stand up, please? Yeah.
Would ANRF focus more on bleeding edge technology only, or would you also look at something that's more sovereignty leading in terms of manufacturing as well? I work at the gallium nitride ecosystem enabler at IISc, also as a techno-commercial mentor with the incubator, and I just want to understand, let's say from a pure foundry play and gallium nitride ecosystems, trying to do that, would ANRF support an activity like that?
Yeah, so let me, thank you for the question. See, as I mentioned, we support fundamental research, we support applied research, we support translational research, right? We have broad-based programs, we have focus programs and so on, right? So I will say picture abhi baki hai. So I always encourage our stakeholders, if I'm not doing something, I can only say two things, right? I have money, please tell me where I should put my money, okay? So, but don't tell me that should be in your project. Please tell me what national programs I can do, what challenges I can do, and so on. So I'm always all ears for specific programs I could potentially consider. Of course, I will then have to take those programs, work with my colleagues, think about it in national interest, and then get it approved by Executive Council and launch them. So if you have ideas of something which we are not doing, I'm happy to hear that and see where we can support it appropriately. Anything to do with gallium nitride or other things in the semiconductor ecosystem, we will partner with MIT. Anything to do with appropriate ministries, we will go to our line ministries and take their guidance and be aligned with the India Semiconductor Mission.
Thank you. I think we are mindful of Dr. Shivakumar's time as we started our session a little late, and we would like to sincerely thank Dr. Shivakumar for taking his time to talk to us today, and look forward to the academic community as well as the industry academia collaboration to utilize the ANRF programs so that India can march towards the Atmanirbhar objectives of 2047. Thank you once again, and ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands to express our thanks to Dr. Shivakumar.
Thank you.
Next, we move on to our first panel of the day. I have pleasure in inviting Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, who is going to be the chair for this session, onto stage, please. And we have Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, who had a keynote speech in the morning, also to join us on the stage. We have Dr. Shashank Shah, Director of Special Projects in Education's Niti Aayog. And we have Mr. Aditya Jain, co-founder and CEO, Twasta Manufacturing. The panel's topic will be how policy in India is enabling democratization of innovation and entrepreneurship. Over to you, Chris. Yeah. Mics, please.
Thank you. Let me start by congratulating the entire team of GDC for putting together today's program, but more importantly, all the great work that they're doing and the impact that they're creating. And you have seen today many examples of that, as well as the speakers before us have highlighted the work that GDC is doing, why the work is very important, etc. So, Raghu, Subbu, team, thank you very much. Continue the work. Now, I'm not going to introduce the panel. You have the booklet with you. It has the details, and you can get more information about the panelists in that. I just want to set the context and get into the panel discussion. The discussion is going to be broader than GDC. I want to put GDC in the context of what probably Professor Kamakodi talked about in the morning, the context of the broad footprint of IIT Madras. So the first thing I want to highlight to you is what is a 21st century university look like? And I want to say that it has 4 pillars: education, research, translational research, and the last piece is the startup and the incubation that it does. In the translational research and in the startup and incubation piece, you will have industry collaborating with this. And it's not that, you have to do all of these, but you need to know that a complete 21st century university will require all these pillars embedded within that. IIT Madras probably is the best example of such an ecosystem in the country. And first thing I want to say is that why aren't there more examples of IIT Madras like ecosystem in the country? This ecosystem has developed in the last 15 years. So I would like to see more of this replicated, and that's something I hope we will get to talk about in our panel. Because people talk about industry, academia, collaboration, etc. You need to engineer that, and IIT Madras has engineered that actually. The second is universities as a driver for economic growth. We talked about universities as a engine for talent creation, but we not talked about universities as an engine for economic growth. And then you will see these 4 pillars become very relevant. When you broaden the purpose of a university or purposes of a university beyond just talent, beyond knowledge creation, to actually drive economic growth. And this is why I believe that for Viksit Bharat, economic superiority has to be preceded by science and technology leadership. If you don't have science and technology leadership, I would say that it is very difficult to actually achieve economic superiority. More and more we are also realizing that economic superiority requires strategic autonomy, ability to defend yourself, the strength you need to have your own ecosystem. If denial of technology, denial of products, etc. happen, you need to have the ability to manage. Not just manage, ability to actually thrive in that ecosystem. And that's why we see strength in certain economies right now and challenges in certain other economies. And the last point I want to make, and then I'll go to the panel. The last point I want to make is that this requires us to look at the processes involved. So I talked about the 4 pillars, but there are processes involved. many of the speakers today talked about, what IIT Madras ecosystem presented. I think Sridhar, right? No, I forget names now suddenly. Srinath Ravichandran talked about, the IIT Madras ecosystem, very eloquently and highlighted the reasons for that actually, and how this ecosystem has benefited them in many ways. And this is because of the processes that we create here. And GDC is actually an example of a methodology, process, a system that has been created in IIT Madras now, which of course is going across the country and things like that. So let me now switch to the panel. I'm going to start off with one round of questions, then follow it up with the second round, and we will come back to you for your own questions. So as you listen to the panelists, if you have any questions, just write it down and just wait. We will come back to you. And I have known Lakshmi Narayanan for, I don't know, we have been travelers in this journey of building a world-class industry in India. Many of the thoughts in my mind, ideas in my mind, etc., comes from that experience. I'm sure that he will have the same experience. And after doing all that, since quote-unquote retirement, though I'm sure that he's not retired, I'm not retired, working harder than ever before, is giving back actually. And this is what I'm very proud of the IT services industry. I can have many, many examples of people who have done well and then are giving back. And this, our generation, my generation of people have truly created what I hope will become the model for entrepreneurs in the future, startup founders sitting here, etc. How you make your wealth, but you also then use it to benefit of a much larger set of people. And this is not just wealth. Many of you are giving your knowledge, time. And that's probably even more important, because not relaxing, not spending, of course you're spending time with your family, but you're spending time. So I want to start off asking Lakshmi, maybe a difficult question to answer, but I want to start off there because there is a important need for industry to invest more in research in India. The numbers are like 0.7% of GDP is being invested in research. That's one of the regrets I have. When I was with Infosys, we didn't push hard for investing in research. Can you have your thoughts on this? How can we get industry to invest more in research? How can we get industry to work with IIT Madras? I think has done it, but other universities have not done it. They're finding it difficult to get industry to work with them. Some thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to the panel. Before I get to that question, just 2 points that I want to make. One was, you're talking about doing something after retirement. That's an advice that I got from Clayton Christensen. When I met him in a flight, I told him, I'm an ex-CEO of one company. He said, what is this ex-business? That's done and dusted, over. What are you doing now? What are you planning to do? So that's the innovator's mindset, Clayton's mindset. So that's something that I've been advising everybody. And the second one is the initial point that he made about IIT Madras, good ecosystem. To me, one of the best examples is Caltech. Caltech is an university. It's not a 10,000 people university, just about, I think it's about 4,000 people. They have about 2,000 undergraduates or about 1,500 PhDs. But companies and technologies have come out of that. Amgen, the starting point of biotechnology, biosciences is Caltech. NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab is housed there. That's the type of examples, that's the type of aspiration. I'm sure IIT Madras can very easily house a rocket testing laboratory like the Jet Propulsion Lab, a lab could be here in IIT Madras that could support all the space, aviation, etc. So that's the Caltech model is something that I've always been impressed by, not because they produce the largest number of Nobel laureates, but because of the size, limited size, extremely sharp and focused method. But coming to your question about investment by industry in research, very poor, extremely poor. You look at the balance sheets of all the companies. You look at the balance sheet of financial services companies in the country, a State Bank or an HDFC or any of them, huge, billions of dollars sitting in the balance sheet. Why is it that a small part of it cannot go towards research? Okay. Well, you can understand the financial services company. For resilience, they need to have a solid balance sheet, but there is absolutely no innovation coming out of that. Second, you ask the same question of pharmaceutical companies. Strong balance sheet, lots and lots of money, but no collaboration with the academic institution, not much investment in research. And this is the question that we have asked. We have asked one specific pharmaceutical industry, one company. They're saying that the research that we do internally is very large. They've come to the point where they say industry, the research in future is going to be companies are industry-led and not in academic institutions. This is something that, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. I don't necessarily agree or disagree with it, but it's a statement that has come, and they always quote the AI or the technology industry. Bulk of what's happening in the AI world and machine learning is happening in the industry, not so much in educational institutions. Although the invention bit happened there, but all the innovation and the diffusion, etc. is happening. So I think in India, we have tried providing incentives in terms of tax breaks if they invest in R&D, hasn't worked. In terms of suggesting collaborative mechanisms, it hasn't worked. And I was a little surprised to see ANRF is having a focused research organization, FRO, that is trying to fund corporates to do research. That I think is going in the opposite direction, whereas I would like to see corporates fund research in terms of collaboration, not just with IIT Madras, but there are a number of institutions, a lot of good institutions where there are researchers who can be funded. As to why they are not funding, I am unable to answer. But many of them, one last example I'll leave with you. This is the most recent, a book that was published about the CG Power, which is a company that was heading to bankruptcy that's now become a $10 billion company in a short span, about 5 years, as soon as the Murugappa group took over. This is one of the reasons they said, Vellayan, when he spoke about it, he said, I just looked at the company's revenue. 55% of the revenue comes from motors. We are known as a motors company. We supply motors for all kinds of applications. I said, I'll put money in the research, R&D of motors, period. Double down on that. And he thinks that's one of the reasons for the turnaround of that company. So there are examples, but it appears to be happening at the company level, not at an interaction at the institution, industry, academic level.
One quick comment on that, Lakshmi. See, when you do research with academic institution, you get access to the faculty, the students, the work that they do, what is called open science. Second, when somebody is a student, 10,000 rupees is a lot of money. The minute that person graduates, 10 lakhs is not enough money because he compares with somebody else. So the cost of doing research actually goes up if you do it in-house versus in an academic institution. There are many reasons, I can go on and on. And one of the best measures for, I believe, a sustainable enterprise is how much of your revenue comes from products and technologies introduced in the last 3 years or 5 years, because that means you are constantly renewing yourself. Anyway, we need to talk about this to industry more, and I'm using this platform to do that. Shashank, you are actually with Niti Aayog, the think tank for the government and the country, and I know that you are working on with GDC on a paper on or a note on incubators and how do you set up. That's one of the 4 pillars that I talked about, right? So a broader question, along the same lines, and you have studied from your bio I found out at Oxford, at Harvard, etc. How do we create an Oxford or a Harvard? I would say a better version, because we need to create a 21st century version. How do we create a 21st century university in India? Any thoughts you would like to share?
Thank you. It's wonderful being here today and listening to such futuristic ideas in the heart of Chennai in IIT Madras. So thank you for having me for this symposium. What you said was actually one of my key projects during my fellowship at Oxford on how can we create world-class universities. And I'll share some of my thoughts based on that with some examples. So I think I'll start by quoting Professor Altbach, Philip Altbach from Boston College, who is a leading light in the field of higher education. And he, talking about world-class universities, he had said, everyone wants to become one. No one knows what it is, and no one knows how to become one. So that's the enigma of a world-class university. But having said that, I'll share what I kind of discovered while at Oxford and extrapolate that to what can be done in India, I think, over the next quarter century. I think world-class universities, in fact, when I had interacted with the senior faculty at Oxford, I said that I would like to benchmark what Oxford is doing in order to help Indian universities learn from them. So not wanting to quote who said that, they said don't just benchmark with Oxford, you may want to benchmark with different models in different countries, because the Oxbridge ecosystem is quite heavy on investment and paraphernalia, and you have many more lean ways of becoming world class. So I'll share some of the things that I came across. So there are two ways of doing it. One is the top-down approach, which is national policy, which influences how world-class higher education ecosystem is designed. Probably Australia and Ireland are examples where it is more top-down. And the other is a bottom-up approach where the focus is on enabling institutions to become world-class. So China and Japan and France are examples of that. So in both these cases, I think there are 4 or 5 things which constitute what a world-class university looks like. So I think the very first is to have top-notch talent there. Top-notch talent which includes the best in the country, the best in the world. You should be able to attract to your institution. In India's case, especially attract diaspora, because we have 3 crore Indians across the world. And they are leading some of the best institutions, whether medical, educational, policy, science, business, etc. The second area is on entrepreneurship. Here I would like to draw your attention to the 4 models that are available. I think over the last 25 years, it's important to note how entrepreneurship evolved in US. In fact, that's one of the other studies we are doing at NITI. One study is with GDC on the national incubator ecosystem. The other study we are doing is on the international incubator ecosystem. We are doing that with another institution, EDI Gandhinagar. And in the US, over the last 25 years, there are 4 models that we kind of have come across. Interestingly, there's a Harvard case study also on that. Over the last 25 years, entrepreneurship and research have contributed over $1 trillion to industry output in the US, and about $500 billion to the GDP. And universities have played a very important role. So the 4 models there, one is, of course, the tech licensing, which started in MIT and Stanford several decades ago. That evolved into entrepreneurial tech transfer, which came up in a big way at Caltech. That evolved to entrepreneurial tech transfer with incubation, with community involvement, which came up in Austin in a very big way. And then you have entrepreneurial tech transfer plus incubation plus VC funding, which came up in Boston University and University of Chicago in a very big way. So these are different models where entrepreneurship was nurtured in the US in a substantial measure. The third requirement for a world-class university would be cutting-edge research, cutting-edge multidisciplinary research. In the interest of time, I wouldn't like to get into the details because we've been discussing that all morning, what that means. But that's the third requirement, the third pillar. Fourth, of course, is multidisciplinary education. Education needs to be moved out of the silos. We are in IT Madras talking about multidisciplinary research, but if one goes to state public universities, which account for 80% of India's higher education population of the 4.5 crore students, almost all of them are single disciplinary research or single disciplinary teaching that's happening. Commerce, science and arts is what is the most popular courses. So we need to move into multidisciplinary academics. And the last is we need to have a very different futuristic teaching learning environment, because pedagogy has stagnated in universities of India for several decades. And I think that's one of the key requirements. What distinguishes the Harvard Business School from any other business school in the world is their case-based teaching. And that is an innovation in pedagogy which they have nurtured and made their USP. That may not be the only one, but there are so many other models. So world-class university has a unique pedagogy which it has innovated and which it has institutionalized. Now I'll draw a parallel to this to what can be done in India. For transforming human capital to making India a knowledge economy, I think there are 4 stages which we need to pursue. The very first stage is to strengthen the university education system. Strengthen infrastructure, strengthen faculty capacity, and strengthen STEM and non-STEM education. I think we can learn a lot from what China has done way back from 94 till date. Their double first class program, which started with the 100 talents program and the 1000 talents program and the funding they gave to some of the institutions and the way they attracted diaspora and best talent and the way they have taken their universities from nowhere in the world rankings to the top in the world rankings is a case in point as to how universities can be strengthened. The second phase is where you build knowledge systems. I think there South Korea's research parks model is very, very useful. In the first example, first phase of China, I would like to say India has been investing phenomenal amount of time in institution building. Today, in the latest QS rankings, we have about 54 universities that have been identified. We have moved access to 4.5 crore students, and we are likely to go to 7.5 crore students. So we've done that, we are doing that in a substantial measure. The second on science parks, the South Korea example I gave, where we are building knowledge systems, India is focusing on that as well in a way. Research parks, 9 of them have already been set up, 13 more are underway, a lot of work. The third phase is ideas to innovation. And there the country example is of US, the Stanford Silicon Valley example. I think that is where India is now, the phase where we need to invest in a very big way. IIT is a fantastic example, but as Mr. Krish Gopalakrishnan and my fellow panelists mentioned, industry's involvement is vital, very, very vital, because what made Stanford Silicon Valley successful is where academia and industry came together. In terms of MIT's annual $700 million funding in 2022, 1/3 came from industry and philanthropic funding. That's the quantum of contribution that industry makes. The last part to create a world-class higher education system and world-class universities that's required is to become an innovation-driven society. And the example there is of the Japan 5.0 program. I think that is focusing on innovations for an innovation-led economic growth. And that is what India will eventually need to move towards, because it is not about innovation that can be commercialized, but innovation that can address the socio-economic challenges of our country and innovation that can improve the quality of life of the common citizens of our country. And that's when innovation becomes a culture. It becomes a part and parcel of the way a society functions. So I think these are the 4 phases we need to go. We are in the 3rd phase now. Of course, we need to continue to build on the 1st and 2nd phases, but I think that's the kind of effort we'll have to collectively make. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashank. I would also request Niti to actually do a case study on IIT Madras, because this example also, because it's in India, right? We can replicate, and what made IIT Madras successful, and such an ecosystem, etc., can be replicated in India. That's also something you should look at. Aditya, this is a very diverse panel, and I'm very happy that we have such a diverse panel. you know, product nation to me does not just mean creating products and products for India. To me, creating products for the world is what product nation is all about. World-class quality export. Export has to be a critical element of economic growth, economic superiority, etc. And your company has already, I'm told, I have some number here, but I don't know whether it's accurate or not. 60-70% of your revenue comes from exports, I think, right? 50%, right? So, from a very beginning itself, you thought about exports, etc. So, how did you, build a company that is primarily actually export-driven, and how do you get this product brand recognized outside the country?
Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this panel. So we work in the area of concrete 3D printing, where we develop robotic systems to automate construction as a process. And we manufacture these printers here in Chennai, and we also provide a service using these printers to 3D print buildings. So 50% of our revenue this year, and probably, increasing moving forward, comes from markets abroad. My journey started in IIT Madras. I graduated in 2016. 3D printing in the field of polymers and metals was my master's thesis. I worked under Professor Krishnan Balasubramaniam. And that's where I learned the basics of 3D printing. We later, of course, applied it in the field of construction. And we understood that India is a good market for us. We have to focus in certain application areas, but construction automation can scale in India over a period of time when labor cost also goes up. So India is still a labor surplus country. Labor cost is a smaller portion of overall construction cost compared to, let's say, Australia, US. And that's when we understood fundamentally that we have to look at markets abroad. So in the US, if labor costs about 50, 60, or probably about 70% of the construction project, in India it's probably less than 30%. And we were certainly looking at trying to export our printers, but it was very difficult in the initial phases. We fortunately had a stroke of luck. A firm in the US which was looking at constructing structures with 3D printing reached out to us. They got to know about us through an Indian person there who had heard about us through Indian media. They reached out, they took our distribution rights in the US and started selling our printers in the US. So although we were trying quite a bit, it was a stroke of luck that enabled us to go to the US for the first time. And from there, we built confidence. We understood how to sell in Western markets. They look at a certain level of excellence that probably, we are not used to in India in a lot of ways. They're willing to pay, but at the end of the day, they do not want any downtime. So we have to build, methods of servicing them in a very short notice. So we were able to build that in the US, and we have now successfully replicated that in UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Australia. So these markets where cost of construction is higher, the cost of the labor component, the percentage of labor component in this is much higher. We were able to do all of this because we had built a system of production manufacturing in India that was world class. Although we are a small company, compared to larger companies in the US, our printers go, toe to toe with any of the 3D printing companies across the globe. I would say at this point of time, we have the most diverse set of printers across the globe. So we are looking at export market becoming 60, 70, 80% of our overall revenue line over the next 3 to 4 years. And that's happening because in India, we are able to innovate in a very cheap manner compared to our competitors. We are able to work with IIT Madras. So in fact, we learned the basics of 3D printing, of course, in IIT Madras. We were provided with a grant from Government of India through a program called the Global Housing Technology Challenge, which was about 6 crores. India, although, in several areas of regulation lags behind Western markets, in the area of construction, it has a very innovative approach. So India has an agency called the Building Materials Technology Promotion Council, which has given us a certificate to use 3D printing across India, which has not happened in any country, including China or Western markets. So that's a very innovative approach, and that has enabled us to build our base in India and then use that to export abroad. So this has been a few factors that has really helped us.
Thank you. This will be a quick round so that we can go to the audience. So, try and answer in a very short manner. Lakshmi, my question is, I'll come to GDC. GDC is creating entrepreneurial mindset, especially in the deep tech ecosystem, in the mind of the scientist, in the mind of the PhD student, etc., encouraging them to think of doing a startup. Now, you are also, I think, Chancellor of Kriya University, right? Now, we need to include private universities. I strongly feel that Indian universities in the top 50, top 100 must include private universities. So, can you talk about building the entrepreneurial mindset as part of the curriculum in Kriya, I don't know, in Chennai Mathematical Institute, whether you're doing anything like this, I don't know. But how do you do this in these places?
Yeah, okay. So if we switch to higher education and universities, I'll just talk about two institutions, the Chennai Mathematical Institute, which is a research-oriented university. It's not a university, it's an institute. So very limited number of students are taken in. There are as many PhD students as there are undergraduates in that institution, started by some famous mathematicians. They are doing some interesting work, I'll talk about that. And also Kriya University, which is a liberal education university. And thanks to Niti Aayog, this entrepreneurship is flourishing in Kriya University. We started. Give you a little background about Kriya University. It's an arts and science or a liberal education university with a lot of focus on humanities, social sciences, and physical sciences, mathematical sciences. In addition, it has a business school, which is what it is famous for, which is the institution, IFMR, that sponsored Kriya University. In addition, it has 9 research centers focused on predominantly social development and social sectors. But there are 2 other new schools that are coming up, research in mathematical sciences and research in life sciences. Reasonably well funded. These are research programs which will attract good faculty in specific areas, and people who want to do research in those areas will be attracted by these chair professors. And we expect that part of the institute to grow. So that's the research, and there is a good background in the social sector. For example, the JPAL, the Poverty Alleviation Lab for South Asia is headquartered in Kriya. And people like Esther Deflo, who won the Nobel Prize, worked in JPAL, in IFMR, during the time that she got that Nobel Prize. So the research and how to go about doing research is well understood in that. So what we are trying to do is to bring all these together so that the students who come through the university get that complete experience of what research is all about, what entrepreneurship is all about. It's like they said, entrepreneurship is not just a one-semester course where you understand entrepreneurship. It has to be practiced. Unfortunately for us, we are in a location where there is a lot of industry, and collaborating with them, we have the ability to provide that experiential learning that is required for people to be entrepreneurial. And then attracting top-notch quality faculty from different places so that they can participate in this. And for one of the things that I find it still difficult is to make institutions collaborate. The School of Mathematical Sciences in Kriya is being set up in collaboration with the Chennai Mathematical Institute. Faculty between the 2 universities get exchanged, they come and do that programs. That's happening in a very limited manner. To expand it beyond that, for example, near where Kriya University is, there is an IIT Tirupati, there is an ISER Tirupati. Yes, we all talk about it, we should collaborate, etc. But on the ground, very difficult to get the faculty to move and get that. But one thing that I found is if there is a specific program, an idea on which some people are working, then people are willing to jump in and collaborate. It is getting that particular idea that the multiple institutions are interested in is where the challenge is, and that appears to be in the social sector much more than in any other sector.
Thank you, Lakshmi. To Shashank, in this report, can you talk about one risk that you have identified as you develop the plan for incubation, etc., part of the Viksit Bharat program? And how do you think we should address it? One risk.
I think I'll focus on two. One, definitely the biggest one is that incubation is the success of entrepreneurship in India has been phenomenal in the last 10 years. But when we did a deep dive and our report, which would be out in the next quarter or so, we realized that of the 1,200 odd incubators that are there, 98% of these startups come from just 10% of the incubators. So there is a very clear mismatch between the numbers and the quality that is being delivered. And the kind of time, investment, expertise, and collaboration that is required in order to nurture these incubators is not being given the due that it deserves. So in institutions where this exists in a substantial measure, like for example in IIT Madras, we see the phenomenal success that we are all talking about. But in other parts of India, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, where too entrepreneurship is flourishing in a very big way, but a big chunk of that entrepreneurship may not have come from the incubation ecosystem. And that is because of the mismatch between the priorities of the universities and the incubators that are set up in those universities. And I would go back again a step and say that that is because the way universities visualize themselves is itself a big problem. Universities still visualize themselves as teaching institutions. They do not visualize themselves, as you rightly mentioned, as economic institutions. I'll give the example of Cambridge in the earlier point. Cambridge University contributes annually $30 billion to the UK economy, of which $23 billion come from its research and knowledge activities. That's the kind of contribution Cambridge alone makes to the UK economy. For every £1 invested in Cambridge, it adds 13 pounds to the UK economy. So that is the kind of opportunity for universities as knowledge institutions. But the mismatch we see in our study and several other aspects is the priorities of the university and the priorities of incubation are not aligning. And to add to that, the role I would say here, industry's role in investment is definitely, as Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan said, it's quite counterintuitive what was mentioned in the earlier presentation, that government is investing in R&D in corporates, not vice versa. Because in India, 50% of the research investment is coming from government, unlike 75% in US coming from the private sector. So along with the investment, I think the other thing which we've discovered is the kind of time, expertise, and availability that industry can provide to incubators for mentorship, for handholding, and for scaling startups to stages that they can get from ideas, I would say not to market, but ideas to impact. Because they have great ideas, but they may not have the expertise to go to the market. If they have the expertise to go to the market, they may not have expertise to scale and create impact and get integrated into the global supply chain. And the scale is very important, and that's where industry can play a very important role. I'll leave you with one number. In our study, we've discovered that we need, it's a very small number, but it doesn't exist. For the Indian incubator ecosystem to be very strong and successful, we need 6,500 top quality trained experts to man these incubators. So they can in turn nurture the startups and entrepreneurial ventures that we want to create impact. But even these 6,500 are not available. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashank, for highlighting that, and that's the reason why you saw GDC recognizing the mentors that GDC has. Aditya, quickly to you, you're scaling up. We want our startups to become large companies, the next generation of large enterprises, multinational corporations from India. We don't have something like GDC to help companies scale up, right? We probably need to think about a version of GDC now which looks at scale up. Do you have any thoughts on how you are thinking of becoming a multinational?
Certainly. So First, of course, is we need to be, top-notch in the technology that we have adopted. So certainly there is a level of R&D that we have to invest in. And we are certainly, raising equity capital, investing in R&D, and also recruiting top talent who are working in this field. Our field is multidisciplinary. We require people who work in computer science, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, material science, and also site execution. So we need to create that center of expertise, which I think we have been able to. Second, of course, is that we need to identify right markets. So as Sir rightly said, it's a very multidisciplinary approach. We have to understand commerce, engineering at the same time. We have to identify applications, show that we can really sort of, achieve what the customers want and then scale up. And at the same time, we have to have the exposure and capability to reach out. So the marketing reach and the business reach. So a center like GDC, which teaches people the principles of business development, to primarily engineers who have had no exposure to, I would say, the broader business world, is absolutely essential. Capital is essential, but I think India has, to a large extent, solved that problem because, India has very good venture capital institutions at this point in time. The only thing is, certain people have better access than others. So people in Bangalore, people who are networked in Bangalore have better access than probably engineers who are sitting in IIT Madras. That might be a little bit of a disadvantage. But capital is, to an extent, solved problem. We have to, now the challenge is really finding applications, matching it with technology development, and then really scaling up. So having a foot inside an institution like IIT Madras, having exposure to institutions like GDC, and at the same time having the capability to market and reach out to markets abroad, which is a very different capability, is really necessary for us to scale up. So that is what we are trying to build. We have recruited people who have worked in the US, Australia, Middle East, and through them we are trying to expand.
So to GDC, actually, you created the entrepreneurial mindset. I think you have to create now institution builder mindset, the marathon that you need to run. And again, what I'm proud of the IT industry is we created at least, 5, 10 world-class, truly world-class. They will be in the top in the world. Services companies together. We built an industry that's world-class, not just companies. We built industry. Any question? Yes, very quickly, very brief question. Okay, you have a mic so you can, and you can tell who should answer the question also.
Okay, sir. I am Radhakrishnan, retired professor from Applied Mechanics and Biomedical Engineering. What I would like to hear from the spectators and the very many prominent people here, IIT Madras, I have heard a whole story in the last 60 years or so, how it has diversified in several areas, nationally and internationally. Still, why it doesn't find a place within the top 100 universities in globally? That's first question.
No, one question. So you want IIT Madras to be in the global 100? Top 100, okay. Second question. Yeah, go ahead.
The quality of faculty and students are very bad in our country. Partly those who are coming from the private universities. I'm not talking about IITs, but the thing is, how do you propose to? The question is to Shah, but how do you have any idea about improving the quality of education plus the faculty? Faculty is the backbone of our country.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Lakshmi to answer the question on quality of faculty and quality of education and ranking you can answer. Go ahead.
That's a difficult question. It's not as though we do not have good quality faculty in the country. One of the things that we should remember is, in terms of percentages or even in terms of absolute numbers, the number of top-notch researchers that we have in the country will be comparable to many of the advanced countries. When we compare our numbers in relation to our population, yes, it will appear to be very small. But in terms of absolute numbers, there are some top-notch scientists, engineers who are working both as faculty and doing research. I wouldn't worry too much about that. To expect 20% of the population, to expect all the students to be entrepreneurs, to expect all faculty in all the 1,500, 2,000 universities in the country to be top-notch is a very, very high expectation. So, yes, is that number sufficient? I would probably say yes. But the facilities that they have in order to continue the research, in order to get the students to inspire the students to be motivated in order to achieve, that is very, very limited. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have so many things that will make them highly productive and efficient, and the students to be there. We have small examples, simple examples like, you saw Agnikul. Somebody comes with a passion, there is a whole infrastructure that is there. But what is the infrastructure that we lack? He is saying that, rocket testing, we don't have a place to test. This country took a long time. The wind tunnel testing that had to be done for the Tejas aircraft came years and years after begging and borrowing. So its capability is there, but infrastructure is the problem.
Shashank?
Yes. Yeah. I'll just add one point to Ms. Lakshmi Narayanan to address your question. I think one very important challenge in India is the siloization of teaching and research. And that has not helped us because expert researchers don't end up getting the kind of opportunities they deserve to teach, and teachers don't get the opportunities to get exposed to cutting-edge research. I'm not talking about IIT Madras. It's an exception, it's not the norm. And that is why we are unable to have high-quality teachers who are excellent researchers, and they are able to impart that in the classroom. And you are able to attract and inspire. To answer your question, I'd like to quote Professor Simon Marginson, who was my professor at Oxford, who was the head of the Department of Education there. He said that the time for world rankings, one size fits all, is over. Countries need to have their own university rankings because the objectives of every country for its higher education system are different. And to expect that all the universities across the world will have similar priorities and similar objectives for their own country is not correct. In fact, India was ahead of the curve when we started the NIRF, and the objective was to have a ranking system in which IIT Madras has consistently ranked #1 for a decade, was to have criteria and parameters which are relevant to India's primacies. I'll just give you two examples here to show the scale we are talking about. By 2035, India will have about 8 crore students in the higher education ecosystem. Now that's the population of Germany. So you're going to have as many people in the higher education system of India as is the population of Germany, which is the country we are going to beat in order to become the third largest economy. So what scale are we talking about? And when we have that kind of a scale, we are going to have very different kind of requirements for our universities to achieve, to educate and equip that scale. The second point is in terms of the criteria. I'll give you just one example in top-notch rankings. Internationalization is a very important criteria. Internationalization of students, internationalization of faculty. Now, Canada or US, they have 25 to 30% of their student base consisting of international students. 25 to 30%. In India, it's 0.1%. The reason is that we have 45 million students of our own whom we need to educate and equip and get ready to hit the job market, not only as job seekers, but also as job creators. So our priorities are very, very different. And hence, our direction in which we have taken in order to achieve that is very, very different. While we are still doing well on the global rankings, I think we need not just chase global rankings, which we are doing very well at, but we must chase the objectives which we have identified for ourselves as a country and work towards fulfilling them. And I would like to conclude my point by saying that universities, I would like to urge the industry people here, the academic people here, the entrepreneurs here, please look at universities as centers of excellence and economic contribution. Unfortunately, that's not the lens with which we see universities. It was Nalanda and Takshila which helped India succeed 2000 years ago. It is Oxford and Cambridge which has contributed to UK success for 1,000 years. It is Harvard and Stanford which has contributed to America being #1 in the last 100 years. And it is Peking and Tsinghua which has contributed to China for its fantastic rise. I think India's rise is closely linked with the contribution of its universities, and it's the likes of IIT Madras that will lead this journey. But I would encourage you all to contribute wherever you are to your respective university ecosystems. Thank you.
Do you have time?
Hello.
Yes, we do.
We have. Okay. So any...
Excuse me.
No.
I'm here.
I'll come.
I'm here.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay.
I mean, my compliments for the three panel speakers on addressing some of the issues which provide a lot of food for thought. While this being done, I was just thinking, was there any case of proof where democratization of Indian policy has been enabled the democratization? I was just thinking the specific digital public infrastructure where a small entrepreneur or a street vendor can involve in the money transfer without much concern. I mean, that is the level I consider we have to think about democratization. Is there any other example on these lines, and what is the scope for achieving such a type of democratization in course of time? Thank you very much.
Yeah, one more question. We'll take two together.
One last question, please.
There.
Anand, you want to come?
Thank you. Thanks for a very insightful discussion. Myself, Anand from Shell Technology Center, Bangalore. So I have a question. So I did listen to your entire discussion, but I still don't have an answer about the intersection point of the conventional ethos of an industry and the academic partners, right? So you guys discussed about the Western fronts, how they did China. In fact, now you actually positioned to, especially to Dr. Shashank. So it goes from the feeder question from Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, like how pharma industry here today says like they are much faster in industrial R&D compared to an academic R&D. Where exactly does the intersection point lie in global context, and what exactly is in India?
Okay, so I'm going to ask Lakshmi to answer this question on the intersection between industrial R&D and academic R&D. Where does it lie? How can you make it happen? And then Shashank again, or if you want, do you want Aditya? You want to address the question on democratization? No, first Lakshmi, and then democratization of innovation, or the UPI like moment. How can we make that happen? That's the context.
Yeah. Very quickly, I've spoken to some pharma companies, very specifically one in Bangalore, Biocon. I spent a day there. So they are doing a lot of R&D. You could term it as industrial R&D. They have floated another companies, Engine, etc. Their request to university is, tell me an area of research that you are doing that has potential for commercialization. You don't have to complete it, you don't have to prove it, even if it is in the initial stage. Come up with a proposal that is compelling enough for me to work with you. So the ball is in the academician's court.
I want to add to what Lakshmi said. If you sit back and say industry must come to me, it will not probably happen. You have to actually go out, understand what problems are facing industry, then see whether you can actually repurpose your solutions to address those, etc. So it's two ways. Both have to meet together to clap and hear the sound. Shashank, you want? Oh, sorry, Aditya.
Yeah, no, I'll just add to that. I have a little funny observation to make. I think it's a very strange problem. The industry, academia, lack of collaboration problem. Academia works itself out with such efforts in order to ensure that its products, that is the graduates, are absorbed by the industry. But it does not make the efforts mostly to find out what the industry needs. And industry, which is the absorber of all the talent that academia is providing, and which is going to man its success story by contributing to whatever its business is, makes no efforts to handhold the academia to say that if you do this, whatever you supply to me is going to be deployable and I am going to use them. Who will take the first step is what is delaying this entire process, and in that we've lost several decades.
Yeah. The question was on can we look at UPI like other platforms which will help us accelerate innovation.
No, absolutely. So I would just like to add, I mean, industry-academia collaboration can happen when people, space, and partnerships come together. So a space like Research Park is absolutely necessary for something like this to happen. So many things have happened because the Research Park exists, and we have benefited significantly from, partnering with IIT Madras. So, that has happened because we had a mechanism for making it happen. There is now a significant push for even other the CSIRs in India, SCRC, CBRI, to work with industry partners. To make a democratic innovation like UPI happen, I think it has happened in a very different ecosystem, think tanks coming together, NPCI coming together. I think there is a requirement for industry to take a lead, but academia, as you rightly said, has to move forward, understand what the industry requires, work together with them to really make it happen. Both have to move at the same pace. The complaints usually from the industry is academia does not move fast enough. Industrial R&D is usually a maximum 3-year horizon R&D, whereas academic R&D tends to be 5-7 years. So that cannot be, that cannot be the thing. Yeah.
So other platforms like UPI, for example, in healthcare, see, India is yet to develop fully. So there is significant opportunity to create new models for development. AI, for example, how can we create public databases that entrepreneurs, researchers can use? That's a digital public good for data. Right? Government is trying to do that, but we need to do that together as industry also, and make that as the model for national development. I feel India can create a new model for development, which is based on digital public infrastructure and digital public goods. And that's an opportunity. So is that it?
I think we are out of time.
So lunchtime, maybe you can catch all the panelists. I want to thank all the panelists for a wonderful discussion. Thank you all for patiently listening to us.
Thank you, Chris, and the entire panelists for very engaging conversations. I think 1 hour is simply not sufficient to pick your thoughts. Unfortunately, we are running a little behind time in terms of lunch break. And I would like to request Lakshmi Narayanan, who has been a keynote speaker, to honor the other panelists by giving a book to each one of them as our token of gesture.
Chris, you'll do the, Lakshmi, you'll do the honors.
Yes.
The book was great because
Next to Dr. Shashank Shah. To Aditya. We have been having great amount of food for our thought and intellect. Now is the time for us to provide some food for stomach and come back energized post-lunch. We break for lunch now. We will be getting back in 45 minutes time. By 2:15, request all of you to get back here. We have 2 more engaging sessions in the afternoon. And then after that, the stalls will be open for you to spend some time. Thank you.
Hello, testing.
Request everyone, please settle down your seats. Hand mix. Hand mic irka? So hand mic kodme. More hand mic. Request all of you to please be seated. Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to start our session for the afternoon. It's going to be a panel of startup co-founders who have done it all. It will be a good idea to listen to them as to what made them to move forward and be into the startup mode. I have with me my colleague KV Anand, Chief Innovation Officer, to manage the panel here. KV, can you come on stage, please? Yeah. I would like to invite Lokesh, co-founder of Vyomic. Can you come on stage, please? Yeah. We have Sanidhya Chaturvedi, co-founder of Folium Sensing. Can you come on stage, please? Dr. Varun Kandalwal, co-founder of Heel Yantra, onto the stage, please. KB, yep. It's up to you, over to you.
Sure, thank you.
Please go ahead with your introduction of the teams.
Yeah. Is it working?
Yeah. So, team is going to discuss about creating dynamic deep startups. Hear it from the startup co-founders' own voice. Over to you, KB.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yeah? Okay. All right. So, since morning, we've been listening to policymakers speaking, corporate speaking, researchers speaking, and now we have founders. Like we spoke in the video and also later, GDC is focused on the founders and the founders' abilities, the founders' mindset, and also the journey that they go through, especially deep tech startup journey is not so easy. Like Raghu said, startup is difficult and deep tech startups are even more difficult. We have 3 founders who have been courageous to start their deep tech startup journey. They have been part of our programs in the last few years and at different points in time. And today they are in the process of taking their product from lab to market. And these are real live examples that we would like to hear from and then see how they have been able to go through this deep tech journey and how they have been able to benefit from GDC's program as well. So I will begin. Today's theme is democratization, so I'll try to keep it around democratization, but also will try to bring out how their journeys have been in the process of building their deep tech startup. Okay, this question is to all 3 of you. All of you are building deep tech startup where you're trying to bring products from lab to market. And all of you have been researchers and engineers. None of you have had any background in building startups or even have had families that have been building startups or etc. or businesses. So what was that moment, decisive moment, when you realized that you are no more a researcher or an engineer and you are actually transforming into a startup founder? What happened, and explain to us about those decisive moments.
Hello, I'm audible?
You can introduce yourself first and then talk about your
Hello everyone, this is Lokesh, co-founder of Vyomic. We are building India's first and largest global satellite constellation for navigation to provide highly precise and secure navigation and timing services worldwide. Thank you, GDC, for having me here. It's a privilege to speak in front of the audience, which is so highly educated. So coming back to the question, I think the short answer for this is after GDC. We have removed our hat of researcher or engineer and picked up a new hat, which is of entrepreneur. And so if you see like our journey, we graduated from IIT Madras, we all three co-founders, and then we were part of this team called Avishkar Hyperloop. We were building Avishkar Hyperloop technologies. So, and in this competition teams, you don't think about business use case, you don't think about user, it's hands down building product every single time, trying to make it more precise from an engineering perspective, from technology perspective. And in all these scenarios, when you come from this background and then you start a startup, you always have this technological hat in front of you. And we introduced to GDC at the initial phase of our entrepreneurship journey when we were not even incorporated, our company. And at that particular moment, it was very hard for us to digest the fact that we should not talk about our product while doing customer discovery. It's a challenge for us. It took us some time, 7 to 10 days. And before even enrolling into GDC program, we knew it was a 2-month long program, extensive, from 8 a.m. in the morning to 5 p.m. in the evening. And when GDC say 8 a.m. in the morning, it means 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 60 seconds past 12, right? So it is that precise. Yeah, so it's very difficult for us to enroll initially itself, because we thought like 2 months of our time we have to detach from the product which we are building. And when you build a deep tech startup, you always feel your product is this far. You just building the product, you're just finishing the product, it's just 1 month away, it's just 2 months away, it's just 2 weeks away. So you are very, very focused on your technology. For us also, in the same time, you have competitors which are building the product. You thought like if you invest too time in doing customer discovery, you will be lagging behind in your development, your MVP, your technology and all. But we enrolled, we did customer discovery, online, offline, both. We went from Chennai to Delhi to meet customers, have a conversation with them, ask good questions, which GDC always emphasizes, asking the good questions. And at that particular moment, I think we feel like we have removed the hat of being a technologist and we are a new hat of being an entrepreneur.
Good, thank you. Sanikya?
Hello. So, yeah, he said very rightly. So, before starting off, myself, Srinath Ravichandran, I'm co-founder of Folium Sensing Private Limited. We are building India's first fiber optic based sensing technologies. So, the beauty of fibers is used for communication, it's everywhere. We use the existing optical fibers and I can convert that to a sensor and sense acoustics, temperature and strain till 60 kilometers. So this is the startup about. So coming back to what KV sir asked the question, what was the time when I found out that really I'm turning from the phase of engineer to an entrepreneur? What was the time? So since my childhood itself, I was always an application-based engineer. If you talk about preparing for exams like JEE or any exam, always I used to focus more on applications. If I'm learning this concept, how can this be applied to a real-world applications? Since this was the thought all across. So there has been many incidences which gave me a thought that I am an entrepreneur. The thought of being an engineer is inculcated in me, but the technology which I am developing is going to create impact. So there was an incident in Bangalore, happened maybe 15 years back, when I was there in Bangalore itself. At that point itself, 15-20 people lost their life. That was due to a gas leakage in pipeline. And I understood that these small issues can be solved with the help of difficult and with the help of large-scale deep tech sensing solutions. So in parallel to that, at every point of time, I was getting a thought to becoming an entrepreneur. So as I say, step by step, everything falls into place. The universe listened to us. In my second year, I took a course of Dr. Balaji Srinivasan. That's the Introduction to Photonics. From that point itself, I got this solidified that whatever concept I'm learning in this class, this can be having a real-world applications. And now we are solving applications for gas pipelines. We are working with railways. We are working with borders. We are working with defense. we are working with slope monitoring solutions, we are working underwater, and we are going all across. Because of that one thought that changed our mind. And I think all of us are entrepreneur in our own self. It does not depend on the age. Everyone is an entrepreneur in their own self. So slowly and steadily this thought inculcated in our mind, and as we went on to the journey, when I was a student here and GDC came into the picture, the cohorts which I had, in fact, I completed all the cohorts in GDC, Inspire, Ignite and Incubate. And we understood that you don't need to have a product firstly to build a startup. You need to understand what is the market. You need to understand that is there really a pain point. If you understand a pain point, I think with the kind of ecosystem we have currently and with Honorable Prime Minister's support, the kind of developed nation, the vision which we are having, the ecosystem is there to support us. So I'm very thankful to IIT Madras and GDC for that thought which got inculcated in my mind of being an entrepreneur. It finally converted to a successful startup which we are running. And many thanks to Professor Krishnan also is sitting here, who is one of the co-founders and always mentoring us in all the lot of ways. So I think this is the journey which is not even my journey, but all of us are entrepreneurs in our own self. We have our thoughts. We just need to understand the thought process which we are going. And yes, slowly and steadily it finds the way.
Yeah. Thank you. Varun?
Yeah, hello. I am Dr. Varun Khandelwal. So I am from Heel Yantra. So we aim to build the world's first cross-domain medical scopes provider. So scopes are used to visualize inside the closed cavity. Either it can be a body cavity or any mechanical engines per se. So we have integrated, miniaturized the electronics and integrated to the active instruments which is used by the healthcare professionals, and developed something novel which we have patented also, the anti-fogging mechanism, which is the main USP to our solution. So we aim to build a good platform across the healthcare, starting with the dentistry and grow to the other medical specialties, and licensing out the technology for the industrial applications like automobiles and then aviation and etc. So we are currently a team of 4 founding members along with me, Sayak, Divesh and Manik are the co-founders. And apart from this, so coming to the question, so this decisive movement happened in my life like twice. First, it was when I started my career as a medical professional into dentistry, and nearly for a decade I practiced dentistry. I was doing well into my practice. And I think it was around 2018 when I suffered from chikungunya. So it was a very long fever, also the viral, the joint pain, and I was not able to practice for nearly 10-12 days for that. And I saw that the patients are not coming to the assistant doctor, and then I realized that it is at the private clinic, it is the doctor who is the brand and not the clinic or something infrastructure which is existing there. So at that time, this was very disturbing to me, and there was a question what after me? So I decided to build something which will last for generation, and probably in some sense that was first decisive moment when I acted like an entrepreneur, and the second of course went through the GDC program. So after I joined the IIT and AIIMS medical technology program in 2021, I completed the masters and then incorporated Heel Yantra. But I was behaving like a typical clinician researcher mindset, where I thought if I have a strong technology, the market will automatically adopt to that. And during the program, we were pushed out to the real clinics and then see what actually the people are demanding. So that was the scene. The insights were totally against our experiences and also the assumptions which we had previously. So it was not all the healthcare professionals were having the same pain point which we were supposed to have. Also, some of them or most of them have adapted with their workflows. Many of them didn't even value to pay for the problem which we are solving. And this was very disturbing to us and heartbreaking. And then we started thinking not to improve onto the technology, but to question ourselves who exactly needs the technology and why. So this who and why was the most critical question. And this realization when we had the typical the business or the deep tech cannot be built without a good set of customers was the second decisive moment when I thought I had this entrepreneurship mindset or the decisive moment.
Right, thank you. So today we are talking about democratizing innovation and entrepreneurship in India, right? I see this in two levels. One is innovation and entrepreneurship being available to people across the country, and anybody who wants to bring some useful idea to the real world should be supported. So that is at one level. And the other level is when you are creating something that's not just limited to people who are in a certain section of the society or certain parts of the country, etc. So I see it at two levels, but at the first level, you come from a tier 2 location. You started your journey in Jodhpur, and I'm sure there are, now that you have moved to a large city and you have started your startup there, you would probably have experienced the barriers that people in tier 2 locations or even tier 3 locations might have. And among several barriers, what do you think is the most critical barrier for someone who is starting their journey from not a large city or a metro? And in your case, what was it and how did you overcome that?
Okay. So like I can mention like the funds can be the most common barrier, but we are like in a good decade, like the government is taking care of that and then reaching out to the people at tier 2 and 3 and even the remote areas and provide funding. So now the funding has overcome, like, and thanks to our government and other the changing policies which we have. But there is something typical with the mindset, and we can consider it as a psychological barrier in the people coming from the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and they do not consider the startup as a career option. They perceive startup as a mere waste of time, energy and money and nothing else. Even in my case, like my father used to say me like, you have lost around 50 lakh rupees in these 2 years which you could earn with your practice. And thanks to my wife and daughter that they supported me and I sailed to the scenario. So this is the one of the factor, like the psychological barrier. Apart from that, the most critical is the lack of the infrastructure or the pilot sites, like where the deep tech startup can do their pilots and testing and to see the journey of a deep tech startup, how it is built and validated. So these two barriers can be overcome by setting up maybe the networking zones and partnering the industry to provide their like validation facilities which goes beyond the geographies. Then coming to our case, like we started our journey from tier 2 city of Jodhpur at IIT and AIMS Jodhpur, and during that phase, like we used to participate or collaborate with best in this ecosystem, like the GDC. Currently, we are incubated at IIT, CFHE IIT Hyderabad under the mentoring of Professor Renu John sir. So he is also the one of the best in this sector. We took business mentoringship from IIM Bangalore, then the manufacturing support from AMTZ Vizag. So this was how like we gradually grew as an ecosystem, and then like this is the main crux, like do the partnership and then collaborate with the people and then overcome this challenge. And also like in our initial days, we used to invite people to our ecosystem, like at tier 2 cities, like across these cities and also globally, like in the online mode, to share their experiences so that this path is made clear to the founders coming from these settings. So this was how.
Thank you. Sanidhya, I am now talking about the second dimension of democratization, where you are building something that is probably high tech, deep tech, high tech, whatever. So it's quite easy to, make this available to, it can become a very elitist kind of a solution. What are you doing to make sure that whatever you are building is not just serving the, metros or serving the elitist audience, but actually benefiting, democratizing your solution to people across the country? What are you doing about it?
Yeah, exactly. So very good question, sir. So I think being in India, very diverse country, 146 crore population, building a startup compared to India and US is very different. So being a startup founder, if I talk about my technology, the process which we are adapting is that there is one motto, one mantra, and that mantra is innovation to impact. So I say like this to all the co-founders. If my startup is having use case in few places, this is innovation. But if I can have these use cases in all across the country, all across different regions, this is an impact. So innovation and impact is always the mantra which we have been capturing. Apart from that, always we have certain criteria which we match so that this technology can be spread widely. So one of the parameters which we assess is that the feasibility and the ease of use of this technology. So if we are deploying since we are deep tech startups, so we are not a service-based startup, all three are deep tech startups. So when we deploy this at a particular area, there's a person operating that. And he may not be an engineering background, he not be having the high-tech background. So the ease of operation is one thing. Second thing is, we need to step into the shoes of the customer. We need to step into the shoes of all the people who are connected. For example, let us take an example. If I go to an application, say defense. So one of our applications is sensing of perimeters. So we have done some confidential projects, which I may not reveal here. But I'll tell what are the different person in whose shoes I can get and I can understand the problem. So there is a term which I learned in GDC that is called JTBD. That is called jobs to be done. What job can I do for a general mayor who is the head of the army? What job can I do for a lieutenant colonel? What job I can do for a person who is operating? So for me, I am the supplier, but all the other people, I have to take all of them in a single phase. I have to give respect to all of them in the similar way, and I have to understand that what kind of solution I am creating, which will be useful for all of us. Because unlike B2B, B2G, if I don't talk about all of these terms, getting into an industry, you have to satisfy parameters for at different levels. So this was one point, which is ease of use. Other thing, sir, is like our technology. We are well-patented technology and we have the best of the solution analysis. One more thing which I learned, which is important for any startup to grow in India, is that you need to have emotion for your customers. So I'll give you one more example for that, a very quick example. So we are working for a gas company that monitors leakage all across the country. So when we supplied solutions to them, they said, okay, wow, it's very nice, but I am not feeling that happiness. So what I'm trying to come is the happiness which I want to give him. So what he told me that, so we are currently in a world of data science, AI, ML. Every technology, we get lot of data. But the ML part, the machine learning part, is to how to analyze that is very important. So coming back to this customer, so the customer said that, okay, I have lots of data. I know at 40 kilometers, this event is happening, this event is happening, this event is happening. Very good. Now I know the location. I don't need to send the manual people. Now can you tell me that at 39.2 kilometers, there's a drilling event happening? At 42.2 kilometers, there is someone hitting, or there is some underwater seepage, or anything like that is happening. So then we understood the customer, emotionally got connected to him. We just connected in a way, the way which we wanted. And that's how I think all the startups should connect with their customers. And that is how this is one more mantra which we are going forward for, on which we are discussing, the theme is all about. The last thing which I understand all the startups should adapt being in India is that we are very diverse. So we should understand that the technology which we are building is not only accessible to our people. I'll just give one more example for that, this point also. I study from IIT Madras. Not everyone has the opportunity to study, come to IIT. But now, initiatives like online degrees, NPTEL, we have the accessibility for all to learn. So how much accessible is your technology such that other people can be equipped with this? How much it is easier to be adapted, and how well you are targeting the people who are the users. So I think to build a startup in India, and as per the theme of GDC on which we are having the panel discussion, I think this is the only thing, these three mantras, three pillars on which every startup should back off. So yeah, I think this is the point.
Thank you. Lokesh, yours is a technology which I didn't even understand when you talked about it. Right? It is so deep tech. And I had to look up and read about it. So when you're working with such a technology, is it possible that you can actually create impact to a larger community you can truly democratize the solution for people who could benefit from it, and how is it happening in your case?
Right. So first of all, I think most of the people here will also not be very much familiar about what we are solving, as Sir rightly mentioned in the start itself. So I'll explain a bit about the technology and what we are solving for. So rather than talking about product, because we are in a GDC platform, I'll talk more about the problem. This is what we have learned. So we are solving a global problem which is there with the navigation. So first of all, it's a PNT. PNT is positioning, navigation and timing. So each one of us is using this on the background. We don't even realize how important and how critical it is on an individual level, on a national level. So let's say any equipment which is turns on, it will ask three simple questions. Where I am, which is position, where I'm heading, which is navigation, and what time is it, that is timing. This is called PNT. And we get these PNT signals from space, which is 20,000 kilometers and 36,000 kilometers in space. These satellites are transmitting these signals. Now, being so far, the signals are very, very weak when it reaches to Earth's surface. So it can be easily jammed and spoofed. So even a 10th grader can jam the entire this area, and then you will not be receiving any mobile phone calls and any navigation in your Google Maps and all. So as of now, the general understanding in normal public is they just see this as a Google Maps. They understand Google Maps because they have used it a lot. They understand problem from its perspective that we have all this ride-hailing problems. Sometimes the Ola, Uber, we booked does not arrive at the right position. Then we have this 10 minutes groceries nowadays, right? We always have faced these problems from positional perspective. Right? But we have never understood like what exactly it is. All we know is Google Maps and GPS. But sir, I'll come to your question. So yeah, so I'll tell you like how critical this problem is. So right now the entire nation is depending on telecommunication, data centers, financial institutions, power grids. You are getting electricity in your house through power grids. All of these depends on GPS for timing synchronization. Now assume if I go to any of these institutions and jam the entire thing, it will be a havoc for the entire nation, right? Entire nation can be compromised by just pinpointing on these critical infrastructures. Then all the defense equipments, we have recently seen Operation Sindoor, right? The implications of it from PNT perspective. Then in Kargil war in 1999, when GPS was denied to us by US, we faced a lot of issues. This is how critical this infrastructure is from defense perspective, from user perspective, right? Then we have drones, we have vehicles, we have airports. You might have aware recently there have been a lot of jamming and spoofing in Delhi airport. There have been a lot of jamming and spoofing being done in a lot of other airports across the country, right? The entire ecosystem of the country can be shut down with just jamming and spoofing this critical thing. And this is what we are building. We are building global satellite constellation from a low Earth orbit, which is 700 to 1,000 kilometers in space, and providing highly precise and secure PNT signals from it. So this is what we are solving for. Now coming to the question, as far as deep tech is concerned, the cycle is very long, and we need to have patience while building deep tech. Let me give an example for this. SpaceX was formed in 2002, and the initial 3 launches of SpaceX was crashed. The Falcon 9, which is a workhorse as of now, which is delivering 175 of launch vehicles for one single company. You cannot even imagine like how big the scale is for SpaceX as of now. India do 2 to 3 launches in a year. This is as a country, we are doing 2 to 3 launches in a year. SpaceX alone is doing 175 of these launches. That too Falcon 9, which has a very high payload capacity. This is what he has built over the 20 years. It is not being built over just 2 years or 3 years. Investors have put up a lot of money in building those kind of infrastructure at scale. So a lot of patience is required. A lot of ecosystem has to be supportive. In India, we don't have risk-taking appetite as of now. Investors always see like who is your competitor in the Western market. So if you have a competitor in Western market, that validates the problem which you are trying to solve. So we don't put much efforts in solving the fundamental research as of now in India. We always look for a validation. So I'll give one more example. So I'll come to the democratization. So this is all about democratizing the innovation, right? Which has SpaceX has been doing for last 20 years, which I think Sam Altman is doing with ChatGPT. You're building an ecosystem, not just a product. This is called democratizing the innovation in all the different verticals. You just don't solve it from a product perspective. Someone has built the LLM models behind the scene and you have just made a wrapper out of it and then selling it as a product, get some revenue and then maybe acquired by some big corporates, right? This is what is being done in Indian startup ecosystem as of now. Now things are being changing quite a lot. If you see the investors' mindset has been changing. Now people are investors know like the deep tech industry will take 5 to 7 years in building the product. They need to wait for the revenue. And then programs like GDC is making the engineers aware of customer discovery and how to make a business use case out of it. It's not like if you are in the deep tech startup, you have the mindset like my product will come after 7 years. If you think from this perspective, from the day one itself, you're losing a lot of revenue streams which can be built from your main product. Let me give an example from our LEO PNT satellite constellation. So this is a constellation of 250 satellites which we have to put in the orbit. Now I cannot wait for launching entire 250 satellites to get me the revenue. I need to think from the day one itself, what are the other revenue streams which I can build up from this product. Maybe I can have something from one subsystem of the entire development and create an entire revenue stream from this particular perspective. So yeah, like this is how we need to approach as an ecosystem, as a nation.
But deciding to create an alternative revenue stream or an interim revenue stream is not totally in your hands. In your own words, you say that you first understand the problem, you understand the need, and then you start building. And so therefore, how do you know that there is an interim revenue stream here? Because if it is simply your choice and everybody can do that, is there a market for that interim revenue stream? How do you get that?
Right, sir. So very valid question. I guess this is being done by doing customer conversation every single day. So you have to be aware what exactly is being done and what exactly is being there in the market, what we are trying to solve. If you keep your eyes shut and just solve the one major problem which you have thought, let's say in our case, putting up the LEO PNT constellation, that will not give you the additional revenue stream. You have to be in talk with the customers every single day. Doing customer discovery is not a just 2-month program, right? It's a lifelong session which you have to do every single day. I'll give an example of additional revenue stream which came to in our business. So in our conversation with the telecommunication companies, for us like Airtel, Bharti and BSNL, we were talking to these companies of how we can provide a secure timing synchronization to your cell towers or your base stations. Now they told us about having a backhaul system. So let's say if you have a cell tower and you are synchronizing it with GPS. Now if GPS is jammed, your entire telecommunication will not be shut off. You have a backhaul system, you have a atomic clock at the back end or a grandmaster clock, which will provide you some holdover in terms of timing synchronization. Let's say 24 hours you can sustain the entire subsystems without having the satellite navigation. So when we talked about this with the user, we got to know, oh, there is a backend system. So now we are building atomic clock for our satellite. So all this navigation satellite has to have this atomic clock, which is very highly precise time synchronization. Now, if I can tweak my product, my subsystem of atomic clock for this system which is being used by the industry, we dig deeper, talk to more customers, data centers will have this backhaul system, financial institutions will have this backup system, all the airports will have this backhaul system. If the satellite navigation is being compromised, you can shift to the backhaul system for some period. So after doing this conversation, we got to know, okay, we can have a revenue stream in which we can tweak our atomic clock as a product and then sell to all these organizations or institutions.
I think this is the biggest challenge for startups in general, and particularly technology startups, because we usually lead with technology, we start with technology, we start with the belief that whatever we are building is truly what the market is waiting for. And here I am already building something and I am hearing something from customers only because I am constantly talking to customers. I am not sitting in my lab or sitting in my office and brainstorming amongst the founders, trying to come up with the next version or the next idea. So truly, this is the value that GDC has been, kind of making sure that the startups get. And by talking to customers regularly, understanding the need and not immediately jumping to building a solution, but actually validating that there is a need by talking to the people that matter and then being able to come back. And this level of discipline is not easy. And I'm really, truly impressed by the discipline that you follow in your company. These are young people, and building a deep tech startup, like he said, is 5 to 7 years. And remaining patient for those 5 to 7 years without having the urge to quickly build something and take it to the market is commendable. Thank you for that. Varun, you said you started, with your clinical practice, and then you saw a problem, real problem. You built a vision for yourself, but you were in a tier 2 location, and then you have not been put off by the barriers of starting from a tier 2 location, and you have gone several places after that. You have gone to IIM, you have gone to Hyderabad, and you are in several places, GDC, etc. So one of the challenges that startups face, which we see in GDC, almost every day we see this challenge. As you are going to several people, several entities, mentors, institutions, incubators, etc., you may be getting a lot of advice, whether you actually ask for it or not, you may be getting a lot of advice, and you may be getting a lot of input, which can be contradicting, conflicting. How do you manage that?
Yeah, it happens, and actually it is very tricky question and to answer on the stage also, but like what I have seen, like it is not about agreeing to your investors or accepting to your mentor, but it is all about how you manage the opinions. So what happened, like in my initial days, like when I started my journey as an entrepreneur, so at that time I used to please everyone, and that created a lot of confusions and no way out. So later, like gradually we learned, like as a team, to take insights from the real world, from the customer's perspective, and then believe in the signals which are derived from this market insights and our instincts, like from the past learning or from the failures. So it is not about consciously accepting to some people, because every person, like either it can be a mentor or instructor or investor, they have a very critical role at different milestones in your journey. And what I have learned, that you should not choose people who wants to control your journey, because that actually restricts your progress. And thankfully, like we were fortunate enough to get a very good mentor from again IIT Madras as Ravichandran sir, and he is a fatherly figure to us, and his insight is actually come from or grounded to a real world situation, and we used to follow like in the difficult times. And also like our investors, ABGD, so they also believe like mostly in our dreams, not whether we will succeed or not. So we were fortunate enough. And Anand sir, like I want to bring into one more archetype to the list, as in the founding team. So in the founding team, like I am having Sayak, Divesh and Manik, and it is most of the time, like I will not say like we are best from our field, but we are perfect as a team. And we used to discuss every advice coming from the different persons, like along the way, and which is typically born through the real world insights. So here the simple rule is that we pass every advice through a filter of customer insight, real world situation, aligning with our long-term goal through deep founders discussion after it influences our decisions.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sanidhya, you are working with data, sensors, all from the real world in the field and not just in the lab, right? So as you are working with this, can you talk about an incident where you learned something in the field, real world field, that completely changed your idea, product, or whatever you have been imagining that you should be building?
Yeah, definitely, sir. So I think this is a question which every startups face, and this is a very basic question to be all together. Because we have an idea, we go to customers, we pivot. There's a concept of pivoting also. At a point you understand, oh my God, this is an amazing idea, world-class idea. But we use a term called TRL in deep tech startups. That is technology readiness level. But we don't understand there is one more word which is more higher than that. That is called MRL. We call it market readiness level. So you have to understand that how much your product is accepted by the market also. So talking of incidences, we have had almost incidences in every case. We are working with defense, as I told. We are working with business companies also. We are working with different education institutes also. So always we are having, there's a mode of two-way conversation. You provide a solution, you get feedback, you work on that. So there has been some drastic incidences also where what the customer wanted was being supplied to them already, but the way it was presented and the way which we have talked about was not well thought of. So sometimes it happens, talking about in very basic layman terms, when you get the purchase order, you get the money, you get very excited. Oh my God, I have the money, now I'll supply to that, and yes, everything is done. Please hold on. The picture has just started. Once you have given the order, now comes the real thing to get the business growing. And to get the business growing, you need to have these constant repetitions of the feedback loop system. Just like any control system, we have a feedback mechanism, any machine. So similarly, this well-sought system is well placed in the startup ecosystem, which has to be followed. So, and along with this, you'll also face two more problems, to be very precise. There will be some issues when after the first service you provide, people will say no to you, a big NO. So please, that no is not no, that no is new opportunity. You always find a new opportunity in that no, and you understand that the more you take problems in a positive way, the more you take feedbacks in a positive way, the more your startup will grow, and the more you'll think that you are going towards a better path. And we always talk about startup, one word comes in our mind, risk, 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 risk. So I'll tell you one more mantra today to take you forward. Some people are also joining online, so maybe you can also have this forward with you. Risk is not the risk you take to build a startup. Risk is like redefining innovation by subsequenting and acquiring knowledge. So that has to be the basic mantra. Every time you get a feedback, you improve, you pivot, you change to a point, and at a point there will happen that a particular service of yours may not be useful. So you have to just put that away. Don't get too emotional with your product. Don't get too attached to that. Always be ready for a change, because we are in a very dynamic ecosystem. And the ecosystem in which we are currently, it always helps us to thrive and always try to fail and fail better, because I don't think this, in the current time in India, I think this is the best time to fail, best time to develop, and just don't keep your ideas in your pockets. Let the ideas come out to the market and just play with that. So there will always be feedbacks, positive, negatives. You have to understand that no is not a big no, it's a new opportunity. And yes, that's how every startup journey has been for. If I talk about Ola, Uber, Zomato, Swiggy, Google, and if you talk about Texas Instruments, if you talk about any company, you understand that they have all started with one idea and pivoting, pivoting, pivoting. Many of them failed. And after the years of iterations, they have a final product. So always take the feedback in positive way, and that's how a startup grows. Yeah.
Thank you, Santhya. So I'll just ask one last question so that we can open it up for questions. Very quickly, this is for all of you. You can start, Lokesh, you can start with this. You have been through the GDC program, all of you. GDC has various programs. It starts from Induct to Initiate, and then Incubate and Inspire and Ignite. We have lots of programs. And when you were attending these programs, give me an example of a specific example of an intervention or a question that completely changed your views about entrepreneurship and your trajectory of your startup.
Right. So I will come back to the same answer, I think, for this as well. One thing which changed quite a lot of things for us while attending the GDC program is the first week itself, where we get to know about the good questions. about how to do customer discovery for us. As I mentioned, we enrolled in GDC program before even incorporating our company, and we were very new to this entire business landscape. We don't know anything about early adopter, about MVP, about TRLs, about anything. So you're just some college graduates who are very keen on understanding and developing technology. But when we enrolled in the GDC program, first week itself, it was a completely shattering effect for us to do the customer discovery without talking about our product. So you go to anyone, you talk to him about what exactly are their pain points regarding your business, and you don't have to mention about your product. And we took time to understand, like we again and again came back to KV Anand sir, then Sanjay sir, who was our mentor previously, Raghuttam sir, and Raghu sir, and all the other advisors in GDC, that we are not able to understand and digest this fact, like how we do a conversation without mentioning about our product, how we even start the conversation. So we used to start about explaining our product, just like we all did in the start itself for the today's session. We don't know like how to talk about pain points. They mentioned like you need to understand their entire workflow, how they do, how they sit, how they walk, how they like every single thing about your, it's not like literally sit and walk. So every single thing about your customers, about your users, and you should know who exactly you're talking to. It's not like you can have the same conversation with a decision maker, or you can have a same conversation with an employee of a company. There are several archetypes. You need to define those archetypes. You need to create your hypothesis regarding to what conversation you're trying to have. And then you need to have enough conversations with those hypotheses to even validate or reject that hypothesis. You need to find patterns from your insights. That's one biggest thing which we learned in GDC. Don't directly go for a couple of conversation and then try to make a decision. Try to find a pattern in your insights. If you get some insights, try to see what exactly the pattern it's making throughout your, let's say, 50 conversation which you have done. Now you came to a conclusion whether your hypothesis is right or wrong, and then you make a decision. We have done a pivot entirely from building drone swarm to now building satellite constellation. So we understand it very from the roots itself, that how we need to make this decision of by asking very good questions, I would say. One line I would like to mention here about this customer discovery program is they told us customer discovery is just like excavating an archaeological site. The truth is down somewhere, bottom in the earth, and you just need to take it very precisely because it's also very fragile. With every shovel you make into the earth, you are very closer to bring out the truth from the ground, but at the same time there's a possibility you slash it into millions of pieces. So be aware of the false positives in your conversations. That's very important. That's a key takeaway from our...
Thank you. Thank you. Sanidhya, quickly, you can answer the question.
I think whatever he said, all of us will agree in this point itself. So personally talking about me, I have done all the programs of GDC, Inspire, Incubate, Ignite, and in every cohort, I was left with some very brutal questions. So what happens when we use ChatGPT? Don't use the ChatGPT normal way. When you ask any questions to ChatGPT, say, ChatGPT, please be brutal and honest to me. You say the way ChatGPT is changing. In the similar way, when we started with customer discovery, we understood that we were nobody here. If I give you a product, it's human nature. Nobody here can go and talk to customer without giving their solution. So first of all, it was a very learning thing for us to talk to customers, understanding their pain points and not putting our solutions till the end. If there's an inclination, obviously you have to put. So that's the customer discovery part. Apart from that, asking the right set of questions is very important. So these three things, I think, all across the GDC cohorts we learned, and it has evaluated us and made us more matured to a startup in which we are. And I think this is the similar process which one should follow. And I think this is the ultimate part. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a very specific moment to share in this question. So we were into a TIAC accelerator program, and that was an 8-month long program. And you can, if you are knowing the GDC program or maybe associated with that. So you must imagine the intensity of that 8-month program. So like in my life, I fear like two people. One is my father and other is Raghu sir. So, and it happened in like phase 2 of our program when we were into his cabin for some work, and then he suddenly stopped us and said like, hey people, look, your vision is not exciting. Rather, you just set up a Panwadi shop, you will earn better. Why to waste your energy? And we forget everything, like we were not actually there like in our mindset, and that this was so powerful that later we realized that why we have, that why we have 100 pieces to sell as our first year of GTM plan, why not 1,000? Like, is it because we don't have the resources or limited resources, or is it because we don't have the capacity to create the resources? So we decided to change our GTM and then decided to launch, maybe go with 1,000 pieces as our first year GTM strategy. And then I don't know like whether we will be selling like 1,000 pieces or not, but any number will be greater than the 100, which will be significantly greater than 100. And we will be in capacity to build more. So this was the main changing point or the intervention in our journey. Like,
right. Thank you. So I will make sure that I am also scared of Raghu from now. Subbu, how much time do we have? No time for questions. No time for questions. You can talk to the 3 founders during tea. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. It was wonderful.
Hold on. A good round of applause for these young startup team members. It looked as though KV Anand seems to have made a very deep impression in their mind. They kept on repeating GDC in the conversations. Right. We would like to honor these youngsters with a small memento. I request Ashwin Mahalingam to come on stage to do the honors, please. This is for Varun. Thank you, Ashwin. I think they will have a small group picture with Ashwin, one picture with those. One person missing. Thank you, folks. So we move on to the next session for the evening, which is going to be a fireside chat conversation on grassroots innovation in STEM and an engine of translational research is going to happen now. We have Mr. Gururaj Deshpande is going to chair the session. May I request you to come on stage, sir? We have Mr. Varun Agarwal from FASC India. He has come all the way from Delhi. For very cold weather to warm Chennai. Please come on stage, please. And we have Raghu also to share the stage. Go to Desh. Yeah.
Okay, well, this is the last session, so we won't make it too long. We'll make it nice and crisp. You know, I want to talk to two people here, Varun and Raghu. They both provide a very interesting perspective. Varun brings a bird's eye view, and the Raghu brings the worm's eye view. And so, and you need them both to really come up with policies and solutions that really make a big difference. And so, you know, we've been talking about universities and the role of the universities in the world and so on. So let me take about a couple of minutes and give my perspective on how universities are changing. You know, a lot of the stuff that I refer to would be about MIT, because I've been on the board of MIT for the last 25 years. I live in Boston. And so, you know, universities, if you look at universities like we talked about Oxford and Harvard during the other sessions, originally they were all set up so that their role was to expand the human knowledge, to understand life better, to understand the purpose of the life better, and so on. MIT was probably the very first educational institution that was set up about 150 years ago with a mandate of saying it's not just the mind, but it's the hands and the mind. It's not just the knowledge, but can you put the knowledge to work so that you can make things with it, right? And so that happened, and then so the education shifted a little bit, but the research and expanding the human knowledge was primarily just for the beauty of it, for the ability to understand the new things in life. The first time it changed was probably during World War II. During World War II, MIT had this thing called the RAD Lab, which was really funded big time, and the radars came out of it and a lot of stuff, and the atom bomb. You know, like a lot of the using research to really have an impact for the world actually started in World War II. And it's only in the last 20, 30 years that the engineering research, there's pure research, you know, people who still look for problems that they solve, which are pure research, Nobel laureates whose ideas have an impact maybe 30, 40 years down the road. But the translational research having an impact, social impact and economic impact, is a new thing. And now the taxpayers demand it. And it's now become an obligation of the universities to justify their existence, that if they do spend money, taxpayers' money, that they actually show that impact that they're having. And so, and I think US probably does it better than anybody else in the world. But now India and China is amazing what they've done in the last 30 years. They really caught on to that whole thing extremely well. India is now spending a lot of money. And so the question is, what can India do to really achieve the full potential of achieving that social and economic impact with the investments that they make? So Varun here, Varun is an engineer, and then he came to MIT, got his master's. In 2006, came back, became an entrepreneur. He built a very successful company called Aspire, but Aspiring Minds. And but for the last probably 10 years or so, his mind is more working in Delhi towards how can all of these things have bigger impact. So he's looking at, he's now become, you know, when he was an entrepreneur, he was a worm, but now he's become a bird. So he gets to fly and see the big numbers and how can he have the bigger impact and so on. So Varun, why don't you give us a little picture of where is the investment happening in India? What is the scale and scope of it? And what is the potential for the impact? Oh, use slides. Yeah, if you have slides, use them. Yeah.
Yeah, they said there. But I can also talk it too.
Yeah, but it's nice if people can see the slides. Yeah. You can stand up too if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, good evening, everyone. Thanks, Desh, for having me. And I and Desh discussed that it was probably useful to have some slides to set the big picture and then get in a conversation. So I'll quickly, talk about what my understanding is that what is happening in S&T in India and where is the government making efforts and where are some of the gaps, and then we can have a discussion around it. And I also call it India's science movement because I think in the last couple of years, so much has happened from the side of the government, which has been eluding us for many, many years. When I first wrote my book on S&T policy, there was hardly anything about research being discussed in this country. So we've really moved ahead. Let's see if we can. Okay, I'll skip this slide. I mean, we all know these numbers, so I thought I would put it here, but it's really saying that there's a lot more to do in R&D, and I think the summary of this slide is that we have scaled in size. If you see number of papers, number of startups, any of these numbers you see, when we look at the volume, we'll come in the top 3 to 5. But when we start looking at quality, we slip somewhere between 10 to 15, right? And there's this interesting statistics which first got me interested in S&T ecosystem in India, which I can quote here, is that if you look at AI and if you look at papers in top conferences, the whole of India's output, one university or in China or USA does more than that, right? And that is what is the startling piece. And why, with the background which Desh just gave, but, we're talking about startups here, but it's all a pipeline. And the way I am thinking about it is this building of pipeline. So let's see what this pipeline is. So, of course, this is a very simple framework I have used. Of course, it's not completely true, but good for illustration that there's basic research, commercialization, and then scale up. And I have tried to list out what the government has been doing in each of these so that we can get a comprehensive picture. I think one of the biggest bets the government has taken is with the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, which has not only increased the university R&D budget by almost 20x, but then ANRF is conceived more than just being a grant-making body to drive missions in specific areas so that India can accumulate resources in a few areas where we have leverage and see movement forward. So there's a big step which has been taken recently, and we see ANRF as a mix of an NSF plus DARPA model. Of course, it's early days, so we'll see how it evolves. The PMRF was the scheme of the government of India for more research stipend to PhD students. What I put in here is that the government again in last year's budget has increased its commitment to it and said 10,000 more positions. So it's interesting that the government continues to understand that PhD students are the workhorses for research, and we have to create a very, very strong cadre of PhD students in the country. And then we have the One Nation, One Subscription initiative which was taken to get access of journals and papers to all institutions across the country, which the government negotiated with the suppliers. When I was hearing the last panel, I was thinking that somehow this should be extended to startups, and there should be mechanisms for that. So that is definitely something to think about. So these are all new initiatives, but there have been some implications, not really implications, I would say they are more tailwinds which we have, that we have institutes of national importance which shows up in some rankings. Of course, when we look at research rankings, as I'll discuss later, it's still a big distance to capture, but we do have a critical mass of high quality institutions. The research is growing. And there's more and more research philanthropy, right? So we have Desh and Chris sitting here who are examples, but now we are seeing a lot more examples of philanthropy coming into research, which is quite new in India, right? So because philanthropy would generally come for, hunger, health, and so on, but now we see it coming for health, for research. If you see in the commercialization phase, we have the RDIF, which is this $11.5 billion fund. And basically it is solving two market failures. One, we don't have enough deep tech funds in the country because their IRRs look very different from how internet company IRRs look. One of the speakers just talked about how you have to wait for a product to come out for 3 to 5 years. So the government has stepped in as a market maker and said that we'll fund deep tech funds up to 50%. To make up the market, which is very good. And the second market failure is industry not spending in research, which is just 0.2% of GDP. There's been a mission-based approach across in many sectors, nuclear energy, AI, quantum. The government has come forward and said translational centers of various kinds, including BIREC, IDEX, and CCAM. And there are talks about defense reforms, which are much needed, right? Again, Desh talked about how MIT collaborated closely in during World War II. We have not seen that, we have started seeing that happen, but not at the scale we would want that to happen in the country. Of course, IIT Madras Industry Park has come up, and GDC is there. I thought because we are in IIT Madras, we can talk quickly about 400 companies incubated, 900 joint products between industry and academia, and 117 companies which have faculty as founders or minority shareholders, all moving in a good direction. The GCCs are very big in India, which is again a great ecosystem builder for talent. It's USD 46 billion, 11.4 CAGR. We developed Covaxin, which was one of the few countries. So some things are working for India in translation. And the deep tech ecosystem, right? So in 2023, they were worth 14 billion. Of course, much smaller than USA and China, but we are hoping that the government impetus would help. And I would also like to talk about opening of the space sector, which the government did. So we've had 2 space startups today talk about. All of these have come in the last 5-7 years. After InSpace was created, the regulator was separated from the deliverer of technology, and now the government has a 1,000 crore VC fund. So these are some of the efforts which are going on in the translation, and I think this is where we need the most amount of effort is in scale up, which I'll talk about in the next slide, is the simple insight that you've heard a lot of interesting startups here. For a lot of them, India alone is not a large enough market, and that's the truth of the situation. So they have to be able to sell globally to become really, really big. That is not something which has been completely solved. The government has solved it in some areas, which is not research, but in manufacturing through PLI schemes, and we have seen the Ujala scheme, which led to the LEDs manufacturing going up. The question we have to ask now is that how this can be brought to research and innovation, where government can act as a customer but also a demand aggregator. I'll quickly go to the last slide and have a conversation. But so, a lot of efforts by the government. What is missing, according to me, and where we go from here to create this pipeline, is still our top universities need to be 5 to 10x of their size. So if you look at a Shinta or a Tsinghua University, they have like 10 to 20,000 faculty members, right? And all very, very high quality. And this needs not only a funding expansion, but also regulatory deregulation of institutions. Very little work has been done on this piece in the last 10 years. So this is something which, see, we need this critical mass of institutional talent to make the pipeline kind of work. We need a strong talents program, right? Both talent returning back to India and harnessing Indian talent, which again, we have not been able to do enough. There's already an announcement by the government of India that a talent return scheme is coming. We are hoping that it will have a good architecture, which can really get talent back, but also harness more talent from India. We need proposal nurturing and pipeline building for strong ideas. We've heard this in the context of startups today, all day. I think we need similar efforts in research. My own understanding is that when the government puts out a call, it gets a lot of proposal. Most of them are low quality. A few of them are mediocre and they get funding, with due regards to everyone. That's not because faculty is mediocre. It's just that proposal building needs nurturing. And DARPA, NASA, etc. does it in a very good way in the US as to how you improve the quality of proposals before they are funded. So I think funding, the change we want to see in ANRF and others is not to see themselves as funding bodies alone, but as ecosystem builders and nurturers of these pipelines for better proposals, as we want in startups. The last 2 points are, shared infrastructure which is needed. Again, if we would have asked these startups which presented here, this is a big problem in the country for both for prototyping and testing. And if we can have more thematic accelerators which provide this shared infrastructure which can be used, that will propel all our startups ahead. And the last point which I want to reiterate is that how can government really become a GTM partner for our startups? When the US deep tech companies grew, they were selling to the world and they had little competition. We are not in that world. We are in a world where we are facing competition from US, China, Southeast Asia, and so on. And our entrepreneurs don't know how to sell it to the world, and now there's a new geopolitics going on. So how do does government make sure that there's enough demand for the newest technology out there? Last point I wanted to make is that what has been bothering me for some time, and I've been thinking about it, is that a lot of the initiatives we are taking is a catch-up game, right? Like USA has done this, how do we do this, right? USA has built ChatGPT, how do we build ChatGPT, and so on. Catch-up will always remain catch-up because the people who we are catching up to will move forward. So I think we have to think a little more on how do we leapfrog rather than catch up, right? At least in some areas. We would not be able to leapfrog others in all the areas, but that's the smart and intelligent thing to do, and I think that's what really sovereignty means. Sovereignty doesn't mean making everything ourselves. Sovereignty means that there's some areas where you have real differentiated advantage. So I'll stop there. Desh, maybe I've taken a little more time than you expected, but thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Varun. So Raghu, you all know Raghu. Raghu is the founding CEO of GDC, and he's worked with hundreds of people, trying to get them to think a little bit more about focus on the problem that they want to solve with the idea that they have. Raghu, what's been easy and what's been hard?
What's easy is change, and what's hard has changed a little bit over 8 years or 9 years that we have worked. When we started here, nobody understood what we are doing. Now some people understand. You know, sessions like what we've had today morning help. As I always say, there are two missing pieces in the entire ecosystem. Policy does not see them. Financing doesn't exist there. So if you see the deep tech lab to market space, there's money for research. May not be enough, may not everyone gets it, but there is money for research. There's a very active venture capital, angel investing, seed capital funding that's come in, you know, once something gets built, right? The deep tech part, between TRL3 and TRL6, the valley, the typical valley of death, there is no financing here. And it's only the brave 10%, 5, not even that many. Even in this institute, it's 5%. So rest of it, it's less than 1%. Only the brave people are able to somehow cobble up some funding and take it to market. So what is hard is solving the problem of policy recognizing that we need not just money, but we need something called entrepreneurship development. It is the entrepreneur who builds the technology and the product. What policy and money and society in general mistake is the hero is the idea. The hero is not the idea, hero should be the entrepreneur. Because the idea changes. You heard that today from the previous panel. They came with something and went somewhere else. It's happened every single time. So that has not changed, and that is easy now for us to tell. Idea is not the hero, the hero should be the entrepreneur. And we have now started getting DST to start fund entrepreneurial thinking and development. So that is now becoming a little easy. What is hard is finding people or professors and researchers to come down that line. I can do today 100 teams over a year, but the moment I want to do 200 teams, I can't fill my cohorts. There is a problem. He's saying IIT should become 5 times our size. I don't know. We don't have the people with the requisite quality. We have 200,000 startups in this country registered. What the database doesn't tell how many is shut down. A very large number don't exist beyond 6 months. So I think the quality of Startup India has to become Stand-up India. You know, that is the change that needs to happen. And for that, at the ground, we need more quality entrepreneurs. We have to invest in that training. We have to invest in making them see what is business. This is hard.
Yeah. So GDC always preaches customer focus, right? So for GDC to fill those gaps, GDC's customers are government, industry, and venture capitalists, right? I mean, the people who need to bridge that gap. What is it that GDC is missing which is not appealing to them yet?
So let's talk with industry first. Industry has, in India, has, with some exceptions, let's say the top 50 or 100 corporations aside, which is just 5 or 10% of the top 1,000 corporations, not much. Their association with academia and startups is ad hoc at best. Do a CSR here, do a hackathon here, take a seed investment in a startup here, help one startup founder. So it's ad hoc, it's not a strategy. The best thing that happens in places like Silicon Valley and elsewhere is industry is the first customer. Right? They are willing to come in and try and help. Usually it's an employee who is left out and bigger. That doesn't happen enough measure. So we're trying a program. I think Shell is somewhere here in this room. There you are. Right? So we are trying open innovation with, and this is the third experiment, third time we are doing with a corporation, with a global corporation, to see how can we co-create startups. So you take development risk upfront, and then you have the right of partnering, investment, what have you. We did that with ArcelorMittal, it yielded some result. We did that with TDK corporations, it yielded some result. And I think this will grow. With government, as I said, government has funding for prototype development, for science, for research, for pilot testing, for pretty much everything. For incubator building, infrastructure creation, but they don't create entrepreneurs. They don't create market feasibility, what NSF did with the ICOR program. And I think it's time that happens. It's 10 years now. Right? So I think with the government and with corporates, I have these two issues. We're slowly nudging or nibbling at the corner, and hopefully we'll get there.
So Varun, you're now a policy thinker. So good policies, this problem of connecting thinkers to doers, to the real problems, is not just university research, it also happens with the policy makers, think tanks. You have to get very smart people to do things. You can't mandate innovation, you have to let them do what they want to do. But slowly over the course of time, they move further and further away from the real world, and they get disconnected, they get more into impressing each other as opposed to impact, right? So that connection always has to be there. And the way you change these policies is the philanthropy should be a tool to have proof of concepts. And if the proof of concept is well proven, then it should be embraced as a policy by the government, right? What is missing in GDC as a proof of concept for the government to accept the program?
That's a tough one, Desh.
No. Is it just visibility? Is it not enough? That is,
sure.
Does GDC need to mature a lot more before they sell themselves?
Yeah.
Or
No, I think part of it is, what I was trying to say earlier, but I think the government is seeing itself, the government has to see itself beyond a fund-making, grant-making body, right? What happens is that you launch a program and you do a call for proposals, and you say, look, we did a call for proposals. Oh, we should do AI. Okay, AI for science, we'll do a call for proposals for AI for science. We got the proposals, we found the best proposals, and we gave them money. So I'm just talking more systemically too before I come to GDC. Whereas saying that, oh, if you're thinking about AI for science, how can India leapfrog in AI for science, right? I mean, it is really a leapfrog opportunity because doing science with AI needs lesser capacity, and we have had capacity challenges. It needs lesser infrastructure and so on and so forth. So as soon as you change the problem statement, you start seeing yourself as having to be an ecosystem builder, and they'll immediately think about Raghu and GDC if they were saying that, oh, how do we want to create a leapfrog AI for science, because automatically you'll not just be thinking about what is going to happen in the university system, but how would you take it to startups and how would you take it to industry. So if they would think of, and then they would have to, so in research this is understood, in policy this is understood that innovation needs this triple helix of university, academia and industry. But the best idea the government has to do that right now is saying what they did in ANRF, is that you have to get 10-15% of your funds from the industry if you are writing as a proposal. That is not sufficient, right? So I think as soon as they start thinking about themselves as going into mission modes and saying that this is the North Star target, right, which we are going towards if we are doing any of these programs, and we have to get an outcome for it, that GDC will, initiatives like GDC will automatically become important, right? So I'm hoping that, and this happens, Desh, you know the US system, right? And it happens quite a bit in the US system where even there's multiple meetings with scientists and industries to find out problem areas, then get first level of proposals. So one thing which ANRF does better is saying that, you can incrementally now, it's not a reject or an accept. So you can get feedback and do better on a proposal and resubmit it, right? Because, I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of scientists in the room, and most scientists who make impact is due to the problem selection they do, right? Like probably what in the startup context, Raghu is also saying, you keep pivoting to find the right problem, rather than, the research which you do, because so I think that is not happening enough. So once government says that, look, we are driving for outcomes, and then naturally that outcomes will need all of these people to come together, so they'll start realizing the value of programs like GDC.
Yeah, it's focusing a little bit more on the impact and the goal post that you want to get. Until last year, I could come here and boast about all the good things happening in US. I'm not quite sure I can do that right now, because universities are going through one hell of a time right now, because all the research funds are getting cut and infrastructures are getting taken down and so on. So you should all feel good that you have so much more support from the government and the industry for building universities. I mean, I sense so much more excitement in IIT Madras than I do in some of the US universities now. So you should all feel good about it. I know we are supposed to end at 3:40, so maybe we won't take questions from the audience. You can all
So I'll just add one point to what Varun said. This, you always say this. Invention without relevance does not make innovation. And that's the issue here. A lot of research, a lot of startups, even I'm talking startups, are so enamored with their idea and research, they forget to look at relevance at all. And there is no policy funding for it. It is assumed to happen that if you have good technology, you have solved. It's an assumption which doesn't get validated, and that is one of the biggest causes of.
Yeah. So market discovery is a big thing, right? And so that's why I think GDC needs to team up with venture capitalists, because a lot of the venture capitalists are very interested in that, because we have a lot of companies in India which go on for 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and they still don't know where the market is, right? There are researchers who come up with different problems and not quite sure where they fit in. The very first company that came out of the Deshpande Center at MIT has a very interesting story. It was a professor who worked on microfluid dynamics, right? So what he would do is he would create a turbulence, put a little particle, and then see how the particle moves, and coming up with algorithms to predict how the particle moves is all fluid dynamics, right? But to be able to see how the particle is moving, he bought a very simple camera, for just a regular camera, and he had a disc in front of it with a hole that was off-centered, and he would rotate that disc and keep taking photographs, but then he came up with beautiful algorithms to really get the resolution down to 6 microns, right, with a very simple tool. And then the question was, where would he apply that, right? And so that was one of the very first projects that got funded by the Deshpande Center at MIT. And then there was a student from the Harvard Business School who teamed up with this professor at MIT, and then they looked at 34 different applications for the technology. That was the Homeland Security time, so face recognition at the airports, inspection of parts in manufacturing, all that kind of stuff. But finally, the market they really discovered was the dentistry. Was the only way people did about 15, 20 years ago, all the impressions in your mouth was you bite on gooey stuff. And it's those imprints that helped you come up with all the things for the dentistry. So these guys came up with a little thing like a toothbrush with which you scan your mouth and you get the whole picture down to 6 microns. And that company got funded. It got bought by 3M now. You'll find it on every dentist chair in US, right? And that professor then went on to come up with all kinds of different products with the same technology. So he came up with a hearing aid where for the iPhone, for the Apple, you put a little tube into the balloon and you expand the balloon and then you image it and then you get a good imaging and then you can do these earplugs that exactly fit in. And the same thing for the foot arch, so I think once you come up with an idea and you have this ability to find the relevant markets, the market starts growing, the opportunities start building up. So well, thank you very much. I think I'm really seeing things come together in India. It's an exciting place where the country is, and I wish you all the very best in all your efforts. It's exciting to see these beautiful companies, startups come up here, and all the researchers coming up with all kinds of great ideas, and the government and people like GDC trying to help them put it all together. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Desh, for a wonderful session. We ultimately come down to the conclusion of the day. Before that, we would like to honor the participants in the panel. May I request Desh to do the honors for Mr. Agrawal. And Raghu will give the book to Desh.
So Raghu will give the book to Desh, and Desh will give it back to Raghu.
Thank you, Desh. Well, I think we are almost at the end of the session. I'm quite happy to see the audience almost houseful. That talks volumes about the quality of discussions we had today. We started off with an address by Professor Kamakoti talking in terms of IIT Madras's innovation ecosystem, how it's evolved. Then followed by 3 keynote speeches, each one in its own perspective on innovation and entrepreneurship. Then we have 2 panels and a fireside chat. I think we couldn't be asking for more than what we had today. And really want to thank every one of you for taking time off to come here, panelists, speakers, and it's been a fabulous day of intellectual engagement. Before we close, I would like to call off the GDC team onto stage, and I want to introduce the people behind who are able to do tirelessly work for more than a month or so to put this event. May I request our team, Surya, Vinobya, Rupali, Lakshmi, Raghu, KB, Sai. Can you all come on the stage, please? Come. Come.
Could I request Professor Krishnan, Desh and Chris also to come up on stage, and Jayashree also, please, so that we have all of GDC family here.
Okay. No. Jayashree, you can go.
can actually see GDC is a very small family putting it together. Thank you.
So that brings the curtain down on the 6th edition of annual symposium by GDC. The stalls are open for the visitors to go around, and tea and coffee is being served. Thank you once again. Have a good day. Till we see you next time, next year.